Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
Nobby, my man, welcome in. Thank you very much for the 17. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're enjoying season 3. Let's get things up and running, shall we? It is Monday. I am massively underprepared for this week, but it's all good. It's a bank holiday in the UK. Yeah, Bear was talking about this yesterday. I completely forget that bank holidays are a thing. Well, enjoy your day off then, if that's the case. Thank you very much for stopping by. Right, let's get a few things up and running. Let's get things up and running. We have games to load. Games to load. Oh my god, my accounts are like 3 days away from expiring. I'd probably want to spend a little bit of time today going over some of the midnight stuff that came out. Well, to be fair, a little bit before the weekend, but Blizzard have done a really weird job. And I'm going to use the word weird because I don't think it's bad. It's just different to what we're used to expecting when it comes to telling everybody about all of this stuff. It's been a really soft announcement to midnight, it feels. But I'm sure we can find a few resources that have, like, you know, clumped all the info together. Lumped it all together. Some flipping concept art of the new transmog system had one extra number on it that threw the goblins into panic a little bit yesterday. And then Icy Veins, in their clickbait nature, as blog posts do tend to do, screaming and shouting, "Are we getting a gold squish?" Of course we're not getting a gold squish. Gold is not inflated anywhere near as problematically in World of Warcraft as it has in other games. There is no need for a gold squish, I can tell you that much. When we've got materials still to this day costing single-digit amounts of gold, there is no need for a gold squish. Right, let's get everything up and running then, shall we? I took the decision yesterday, or Saturday, I don't know, whenever, to burn through all of my materials now. I've decided it was time. Piss my pants on that post. Yeah, it caught a few people off guard, honestly. But I've been around the block plenty enough times to know that's just concept art. Somebody in Photoshop just copy pasting, you know. There's any of these concepts, you got to remember that they are designed out first. There's no point them implementing something in game properly just to see if they like it. You know, you design it externally and then you build it. Right. Let's get Mr. Manthe loaded up. Yeah, I decided it was time to sell everything.
Is that your wallet? I'm just glad to see
Sell
it.
everything.
Well, I
Purge.
hope.
Another month till Christmas. Kahani, my man, thank you. Welcome in. 42, by the way. That's a big number. That's one of the biggest of big numbers. I can't believe some people are not that far away from the 4-year mark on Twitch, which means I'll have been streaming again and content creating again for about 5 years at that point. That's kind of crazy to think. But yeah, I thought let's just put everything on the auction house now. I'm pretty convinced that the price of materials are not going to be any higher at any point ever. So if you were going to liquidate, I think now's the time to do it. And I have thrown a bunch of stuff on the auction house, but it does also look like a bunch of stuff has expired. So let's grab all this and put it all back on the auction house. Monday is easily not the best day to be doing this, to be fair, but at this point I just want it gone. Like, liquidate all of the old stock. Get it gone. Let's get this listed then. Epic Blood card dropped from 6k to 600 gold vendor a few days ago. Somebody was not happy in trade chat. Yeah, I saw that and I instantly messaged Drizzling Rose. And yeah, she already knew about it. Somebody had mentioned it to her as well previously. But yeah, what a weird thing to change. What a really odd thing to change. Like, oh yeah, we're just going to like shave a 0 off the vendor values of old Warlords of Draenor Gamba Gamba cards. It's like, why now? Why like nearly 10 years? How long has it been since Warlords of Draenor came out? When was WOD's launch? When did Warlords... When did WOD launch? November the 13th, 2014. Over 10 years ago. So why 10 years later did they decide to nerf the vendor value on those things? Who knows? Odd. If you were holding an awful lot of stock, though, to make those cards, that's slightly problematic, I'm sure, but hopefully people weren't holding too much. We've been undercut on all of these? Of course we have. Not cancelling auction below minimum price. Oh dear. Right, let's get some stuff back on the auction house though. Just all sorts of randomness. I'm only throwing it up for 12 hours a piece, so it doesn't like cause too much chaos in the market, but I don't have a lot of anything left. But I've managed to liquidate most of my random materials that I've had lying around from 1 billion patron orders. And it's accumulated to a couple of million gold worth of stuff, so every little helps, you know. Oh, these are all Dragonflight stuff still. I don't really have a plan for this week, and it's mostly because... I know at some point in the next couple of weeks, an alpha's going to turn up. And I'm either going to be fortunate enough to get access to the alpha, or I'm going to want to pay an awful lot of attention to anybody that does get the alpha. And that means I don't really want to start any like big project. It just means I want to kind of keep myself ticking over, tinkering with stuff, just to make sure that as soon as an alpha turns up, we can hop straight on it, you know? Because with all of the info about Midnight coming out, and Ian Hazakostas at the end of his final speech thingy saying that in a short few weeks, I think were the exact words he used, in a short few weeks we will start our alpha testing phase, I believe, to quote him verbatim, was close to. Means an alpha's not that far away. Watch them surge in value when they turn out to be required for housing recipes. I mean, that would be quite funny, wouldn't it? That would be quite funny. It just seems the changing cards 10 years after the fact seems like such an odd thing to do. Because that simultaneously basically deletes the value of any WOD material. Although, to be fair, most people were relatively self-sufficient. They would just use their mine. They would use their herb garden to get the herbs, to mill them, to make the cards. You know, it was basically free. Probably that was the case. It wouldn't be... dare I say it wouldn't surprise me if over the years people have, like, full-on 100% automated and botted their garrisons in order to just print raw gold. That kind of wouldn't surprise me. Is the Remix PTR still up? Very good question. I haven't checked. It should be. I believe it should be. Also something that's worth checking out. It was a little bit, I was on it for an hour or so maybe yesterday. And it felt a little bit more stable. And I kind of want to... Yeah, I need to double check how long that's going to be up for, actually, because if they plan on taking that down on tomorrow or Wednesday, I need to get some proper footage from it. It's safe to say, though, as far as Remix is concerned, the feedback is relatively unanimous from what I can see. There are the odd people who fight against the consensus. The general consensus being that Legion Remix just needs overhauling. in terms of the fact that it just doesn't feel anything like Remix. Now, I know we've only had one Remix to compare against, but, you know, most people were really excited for Legion Remix because they enjoyed Mr. Pandari Remix and basically want the same thing in the Legion landscape. That's all they want. They don't, you know, if it's not broken, don't fix it. And a lot of people didn't think that Mop Remix was broken, and they liked it and they enjoyed it and they didn't want it fixed. But Blizzard has made significant enough changes to Legion Remix that it no longer feels like Mop Remix did. And I don't think it would even get to that point fully, even with its current standpoint. So many things, but I also look at it from the perspective of that it's much easier to have something hyper undertuned and then bring the numbers up than it is to have everything go, you know, initial testing being super overpowered and then you have to nerf everything. Blizzard has learned this over the years. It's easier to push the numbers up than to start them high and pull them down. You achieve the same thing, but it's a psychological perspective, right? If everything is shit at the beginning, you can make it, you can buff everything. Buffs feel good, nerfs feel bad, and it's completely a complete placebo. Complete placebo at the end of the day, but okay, there's about another 1 million gold worth of materials here we've just listed, which is nice. So if we can get all of that sold, that's an extra mil in the bag. That's an extra couple of months of game time right there. Some people don't seem to have the same approach to Remix that I do. Well, the general consensus is that people want to be able to get overpowered, have a relatively deterministic way of getting there, and to be able to eventually just nuke shit and collect, you know, all of the rewards and stuff from it. There is a selection of people that want to feel like they're progressing, but I think these are people that are much more better suited to waiting until we get Classic Legion. I think there's a lot of people that want Classic Legion, and they're just kind of pushing to make Remix Classic Legion. Classic Legion will probably come eventually, and I think those people are just going to have to wait. But the vast majority of the feedback for Remix has been it doesn't feel remixy, it's too slow. Leveling is faster on retail right now by a considerable margin. It's very, very time consuming to get to the point where you even feel powerful, never mind overpowered. And so it's kind of it's something that they need to look at, something that they need to address for sure. But we'll see what they do. We'll see what they do. They'll probably take the PTR down for a while, and then they'll make some changes, throw it back up again in a week or two. I just want to be able to solo the regular dungeons for the story, and then later solo everything. Yeah, I mean, I'm as it currently stands in Remix, I'm about 600 item level. I'm about 600 item level, and I've nearly lore mastered the entire region. And I can still barely walk through a normal dungeon. So it's a tuning thing for sure. They definitely need to tune some stuff, but there is some more fundamental issues. But you know, they'll figure that out. They'll figure that out. Okay, Mechanica pets are going down in value. I do need to do a Mechanica blast this morning. We're going to keep that ticking over. But one thing I was actually going to look at doing today more than anything else, because I don't think I have too much I need to do from a player progression perspective. 1, 2, 3, 4. I've done 5 delves this week. 5, 6, 7, 8. I need to do 3 delves at tier 8. 3 tier 8 delves, so we don't need to be worrying about doing too much serious in that regard. But I want to update my flipping TSM profile. I've bought enough stuff recently that Yeah, I've bought enough stuff recently that I need to update that. And actually, these what do you call them? These flipping ecodome pets. I need to decide what I'm going to do with these ecodome pets. There is going to have to be a price point where I'm going to start buying up these ecodome pets. I just haven't decided what that price point is. Have you taken a rough gold stock on the War Within? Has the expansion been good to you? I don't. The irony is I don't think I've made any gold, but I also don't think I've really lost any gold. I have had some. Well, I bought the OG Longboy for 10 million gold. So just a week or two ago. So this thing has taken a big dent into my profits from the expansion. So much so, in fact, that I think I've probably only broken even this expansion, believe it or not. I haven't taken a complete stock inventory, but I wonder if, let me have a little look on, where's it gone? Let me have a little look on WoW thing. What does it say is going on over here? The problem I have now is huge amounts of my gold is just distributed across all of my characters. I'm not like collating it all in one place. So keeping track of actually how much I have is problematic. 9 mil in the war bank. Less than a single gold cap in the war bank right now. This is my point. Liquid gold wise, I think I'm really quite poor. Or relatively poor. To what I've been at least. 5.6 mil apparently on one account. 6 mil on another account. So what we're saying there, let's just call that 12 plus the 8, 20. 20, 25, 29, 32, 33. Yeah, about 30, probably about 30 mil in actual liquid gold, which is actually less than I went into this expansion with. Less than I went into the expansion with, but the difference there is I now have tens of millions more in stock of items because I've been building up my cross-realm arbitrage. I've probably got nearly 100 million gold worth of stock just listed across all 80 realms in the EU. So it's kind of like, and that's not an easily, you know, I can't realize that gold very quick, right? Very poor. But I'm looking at this from the perspective of that the end of Shadowlands I had 100 mil in actual liquid gold. But at the end of Shadowlands I had zero stock in anything. Like at the end of Shadowlands I had nothing. I liquidated absolutely everything at the end of Shadowlands. So I had an awful lot of liquid gold then, but I didn't have really anything else. And since then, I've converted a lot into stuff that is worth a lot, but not a lot of actual liquid gold. That makes sense. I'm also baffled by people saying that they got to max level in only 12 to 15 hours. By what magic? It took me 20 hours for my first character. For Remix, yeah, if you were combo spamming dungeons and blasting quests as fast as you can, it was about 12 to 15 hours. It also took me about 19 hours for my first character on the Remix PTR. But of course, I was also taking it slow and looking at things. So I also think I could have easily done it in about 12 hours if I tried. But the point still stands, is that 12 hours to level a character is very slow by retail perspective. Never mind Remix perspective. Retail, you can get a character to max level in about 5 hours without really doing any significant wizardry. If you can get a character to max level in 5 hours on live, people are looking to be able to achieve the same on Remix in about half that time, really. Because a lot of people liked Mop for leveling up all of their alts, or for leveling up a bunch of alts. And now the fact that we're going to be able to level up alts in Remix and then take them straight out into retail whenever you want and not have to wait till the end of Remix, people want that even more. And they're going to be even more pushback on if the leveling takes even longer. But these are just easy tweaks with the numbers, right? They can just smush all of the XP requirements. That's just one slider, one knob at Blizzard HQ that they can twist to make that whole 15-hour experience take 5 hours. Right, that's really not a problem. And this is why I'm not overly stressed about the fact that everything feels slow in Remix right now, because that's an easy fix. If something feels slow, you can always speed it up because you just shave off a bunch of the XP requirements. It's easy fix. The real problem in Remix is if there's any systematic thing that doesn't really feel right. And the fact that the gear, jewelry having fixed traits is a problem. They need to convert that to a gem system. They need to allow people to have a necklace, have a ring, have a trinket, and to swap in and out traits of their preference. This gem system will also allow them to do more fancy things than just have the jewelry offering you traits from the artifact weapon. Because the reality is the artifact weapon, with everybody having the same one, is basically meaning that there are like, I don't know, there's 4 traits. There's 4 traits on the artifact tree. And basically the best way to set up your character is just to have +3 ranks in every one of those traits spread across your jewelry and your necklace. Then you have the most amount of procs going off the most amount of time. I figured out very quickly that stacking the ranks any higher than 3 was pointless, because there's heavy diminishing returns. They're not additive, they're multiplicative bonuses. So you don't need more than 3 ranks on anything. 3 ranks of this trait, 3 ranks of this trait, 3 ranks of this trait, call it a day. That means you've got the maximum amount of like RNG procs going off. Stacking 3 traits and then having the same 3 traits on another piece of jewelry, massive nerf to your overall DPS. Because that's 1 less proc that's potentially going off. And going from 3 traits to 6 traits is an increase of about 10% damage. So totally useless. These are more systematic things that they need to look at, that are not just as easy as, change a few numbers. But we'll look at Remix a little bit in a bit. Let's get, for starters, I need to let this caffeine kick in, because I'm pretty like flipping. Poppy getting me up at 5 AM every morning is starting to have its effect. Starting to have a bit of a long-term effect, because I am not used to this. But the Poppy is, oh god damn, taking a drink. That's fine. I'm still not remembering that there's a Poppy knocking about. I'm not doing any of those. They're far too expensive. What's this? An ethereal sash cache? Hello? What's that even? Hello? Oh. Bunch of cloak appearances. Sure. Bonus Valor Stones? Oh, yes, please. I'm in a weird shortage of Valor Stones situation again. How many Valor Stones have we got now? Oh, okay. I've stacked up a few of them from somewhere. Ah, right. Yeah, I remember now, because I'm sitting on a bunch of rune crests deliberately, because I would rather spend my rune crests on hero pieces of gear rather than my champion pieces of gear. But, oh, puppy, let's not go swimming in the water bowl. Alma. God, she's just flipped the water bowl. Damn dog. Oh, my bears, you go swimming? Yes, there is still likely to be many an interruption from a small puppy this week while we are streaming. It's all good and fun. Little bit of a snippet of info on gathering from the systems developer panel, something called Abundance Caves. Oh yeah, like one of the world event things. Heard of that. Heard about that. I don't think it's really I don't think it's really a big deal. It just might be, you know, an area where there is an abundance of ore nodes or herb nodes for you to quickly gather from. They're likely to also be sort of like the on the hour or on the half hour kind of mini events. They'll be pretty timed. They'll be pretty you'll be able to set your clock by them. 5200 Radiant Power rank 3 weapon enchants. The prices are low. Do you think I should wait to sell them? I've already got a profit of 8 million. What do you think? That's a lot of that's a lot of enchants. Weapon enchants are going to sell best on, you know, reset day or the day after reset day when people actually get a new something. Additionally, let's not forget that people only really need to update their weapon enchant once. When it comes to selling them, sell them. The longer we're at the point in the expansion where the longer you wait, the more chance there is you'll lose, because there's prices are not going up particularly from this point on. I've already liquidated most of my spare materials. I would imagine a lot of other people will start thinking the same. We are rapidly going to move towards an end of expansion mode where everybody just dumps everything and nobody is really buying anything. Some goblins can ride that wave down by still continuing to buy cheap stuff and then flipping it or crafting with it and selling it. But the reality is we're going to be very quickly in a very aggressively downward declining price on everything. So there is no more time really to wait. Sell things, but don't go put 5,200 on the auction house in one go unless you really know what you're doing. I can't really offer a definitive yes or no to that question, really, other than saying that, you know, prices are not going to be better than what they are right now, realistically, ever, for the rest of the expansion. So, And the theory being is if you've already made profit, then you don't need to make profit on the rest of them. You just need to make sure that you at least break even on them. You'll even probably end up with that many of them taking a loss on some of them just so that you don't end up sitting on them. Because that is an awful lot of enchants. Unless it was a typo, but it's an awful lot of enchants. I can only assume you have those from like a big army of concentration alts or something, so you probably already know the answer. Let's grab us some of these quickly, because we are not rapidly, but slowly working towards finishing off the professions. Genuinely can't believe it's taken me this long, but
Let's make sweet
flipping hate the
profit
patron
together.
order system. Duh, with 51 months. Oh my god, I was talking earlier that some of us are getting like to the 4-year mark. You have surpassed that, my man. Thank you very much. Half a century of months. That's craziness. Thank you, my man. Welcome in. Hope you had a good weekend. But I reckon the alpha is probably going to turn up next week. I've in my mind I've had September as the month where I was sort of half expecting an alpha, and I think it's going to line up quite nicely with basically covering most of the month of September with alpha builds and alpha footage. Because I can't really see there being much reason for them to wait any longer, honestly. Unless there's something that they really don't want to show people yet. Now the Race to World First is finished. I feel no real reason for them to hold anything back. If the crafts are showing a loss, why are you doing it? For the knowledge points. For the knowledge points. I'm willing to spend a couple of 100 gold on the knowledge points. Right, okay. Where's that put us? 20, 40, 60, 20, 40, 60. I need 120 and I've got 73. We're nearly there. Screw it. I'm just going to fill one of these trees out. Right, 20, 40, 60, and then jewel crafting is done. Leatherworking, I think I need a few more points still on leatherworking. 20, 40, 60, 80. Yeah, I need 160 points in leatherworking. I'm still 100 points short of finishing leatherworking. I can't really see me doing that by the end of the expansion, if I'm honest. It's taken far too flipping long to get to this point. Let's send that over. Go there. You back on the auction house. That's freed up a bit of space. Oh, my bags are horrendous. It's a full-time job keeping your bags even semi-organised. Genuinely a full-time job. Unbelievable. Right. I needed... where were the delves today? We got any fun delves to do? Kriegville's Rest. It's usually carrying pissing candles, isn't it? Where are the other ones? We got the sinkhole. We got the underkeep. Excavation site 9. Well, they're not. Some of those are not terrible. Some of those are not terrible. In fact, I might just pick a random one. Let's just take a random one. You. I need 3 more tier 8s this week for the vault. No real need to do 11s because I'm not opening the box at the end of them anyway. I'm only doing them for the sake of vault. For the sake of vault. And actually, doing 8 per week, I'm very rapidly gonna just do 4 a week and call it a day. I'm probably not going to continue doing all 8 every week for very long. Let's make sure that these accounts don't fully go offline. These guys might have something in their mailboxes, actually. Oh, my camera's all hot. Back in it. These are taking their sweet ass time to load for some reason. Hey, sold some Orbinid. Yoink. Is that the last of my stuff to sell? Really interestingly, my little thaumaturgy experiment, my little thaumaturgy experiment has netted me very, very, very little return. Very little return. I mean, I have made gold off it, but I've made less than 10%, which is yeah, is hardly made the initial investment and the time it took to do it worth it, to be honest. I mean, we didn't lose anything. We didn't lose anything by doing it, but it certainly wasn't overly lucrative in any way, shape, or form. Alright, where's Bran at? Bran's level 90 already. I'm still missing 1 upgrade there. Got all of those. So actually, this last nether overlay matrix will probably get in this run, I would imagine. The Matagee's pretty dead. What's this one? Yeah, I mean, Stormcharge Leather, Gloom Chitin, floating around 8 gold apiece is really not that different to what it was in the run-up to the patch anyway. Price on that really hasn't budged much. There is, and I think there is just a huge abundance of anything that comes from the leather in the first place, which is why the rank 2 stuff hasn't really gone anywhere. 40k gold for 2.5 hours ish. Yeah, it's really not super lucrative. It's really not, and I think that's probably systematic of the fact that there's still probably just as many people out there farming and supplying the leather, but I mean, I said this going into Season 3. The peak was never going to be as big in Season 3, and the decline would happen even faster. And Season 3 has felt like there was maybe a 7-day window to, like, blast crafted stuff. And that window's kind of gone now, it feels like to me. So it's sell time. I mean, I think it already has been, honestly. I've liquidated most everything already. As I see no reason for the prices to go anywhere but down from this point on. Everybody's had a couple of sparks already for the purpose of making crafted gear. A lot of crafted gear is going to be upgrades rather than new build. From a material perspective, I just have not seen the same level of demand for materials and stuff this season. But it's the third season of an expansion. This is not any surprise. And this is why sometimes, you know, you have to kind of expect the markets to be half as fruitful for every season that passes. This is why expansion launches are absolutely crazy. And they feel ridiculous because you go from... Expansion launches, you go from experiencing what the markets are like in Season 3 to then what they're like at the beginning of an expansion. And your anchor point is Season 3 results, which are obviously pretty low right now. But then the expansion launch, it just goes to the moon, and it's like, wow. But it doesn't last. Genuinely doesn't last. I've emptied my bank ready for the next big thing. Yeah, I've liquidated most of my bonus materials that I had lying around. Probably not going to be crafting a huge amount of anything at all for the rest of the expansion now. I will focus for the rest of the expansion on my cross-realm flipping, more so than anything else. Now starts to be a good time to look at things that might be worth picking up. Because it's the end of the expansion and everybody's dumping things that might retain some value in the future, even if it's 12 months, 18 months, 2 years down the line. Came back after Season 1, forgot that the Warband shared bank is a thing, and was happily surprised about the gold that I'd left behind in it. Happy goblin moments, even without using the auction house. Yeah. Yeah, that happens from time to time. You'll find an old character with a bank full of stuff that you completely forgot you put there. It's good. It's incredible just how quick for me though, like the last season is. Like, it's literally a 2-week adventure for me, the final season. Because the very second we get alpha footage, my brain will just instantly switch to like midnight mode. It'll be about figuring out what's going on in midnight. Plus we have bonus things to keep us busy. I really do hope that they get Remix in a good place. I think it'd be a real shame if they balls up Remix after it being such a popular thing in with Mr. Pandaria. I think it'd be a real shame if they mess it up. Is this mini event not meant to be over? Aren't these meant to despawn? I'm just gonna casually inch my way through them. I don't really remember this storyline in here. Let's not have done this either for a very long time, maybe even ever. No, I mean, I know, I remember being in that ring once, maybe. Definitely haven't done this delve that much. Been looking, can't find anything. Know of any changes or updates to the professions or the systems? No, absolutely zero was said about professions in any way, shape or form. Outside of the fact that housing is going to, you know, there'll be crafted decor items. But we got zero details on any of that. It's just not a high priority for Blizzard right now. Fantastic. And once again, it's one of those that, you know, it's still fresh in the memory of us having a full profession revamp where it really was the main priority. But the reality is professions have never been that big of a priority. Revamp was clearly big reason for them to care, but going going forward, it's just kind of not a lot of anything, really. Like I said, wait till the alpha. Wait till the alpha, then we'll be actually able to like dive in and investigate for ourselves. Going by, we only have what Blizzard have told us so far, and they're obviously very deliberate in what they tell us and when they tell us stuff. So, and they're only going to tell us stuff that the majority of the player base care about. Hence why it's all about new playable races and stuff like this. So. Buy it, but then you're allowed to buy it again with gold. What are we talking about here? Pre-order player housing decorations will be available for gold, but only... Okay, I can't tell what that article's about just from the headline. I'll have to look in a minute. How far into the alpha do you get an idea of a sort of tier list for professions? I don't care about any of that sort of stuff in the alpha. And you probably shouldn't either. Treat alpha as your absolute first look at something. Treat it like somebody's giving you a presentation and you need to decide whether this is something that you want or something that you don't want. That's how you should deal with an alpha. Because nothing is finalized, nothing is complete. You can basically flat out ignore material costs for stuff and quantities and all this sort of stuff. So much of it is placeholder. You don't get that information from an alpha. Or if you are trying to get that information from an alpha, you're swimming uphill. Alpha's just about seeing roughly what the landscape is going to look like. In beta, you can start caring about that stuff a little bit more because you should start to see things in there near to polished, near to finished, they should be basically almost, launch ready in the beta for a lot of stuff. But even then, stuff changes throughout the beta, and it's more like numbers tuning. Right. Piece out of this one. There's another delve done. I think I need 2 more, don't I? What's going on here? What's this? Pre-order player housing decorations will be available for gold, but only for Epic Edition owners. Yeah. Players who pre-order the Epic Edition of Midnight will receive several decorations for their player house, and you'll be able to eventually purchase more copies of the pre-order items. Yeah. It's important to note that while pre-order shop page doesn't specifically specify directly, it's heavily implied by the wording that only Epic Edition owners will be able to purchase these decorations for gold. Yeah, of course. That's why you buy the Epic Edition, because it gets you these decor items. If you don't have the Epic Edition, you don't get the items. What they're stating here is that you will get a handful of them and unlock the decor item by owning the Epic Edition. And if you want 20 copies of this, you can buy additional copies of it for gold. But if you don't have access to the decor item because you don't have the Epic Edition, you equally won't be able to buy it for gold. Is this Wowhead making articles out of nothing again? How is this not common sense? According to the pre-order shop page, players can receive multiple of each item either by purchasing the Epic Edition multiple times. Who's writing this rubbish? No. Who's writing this rubbish? Players can receive multiples of each item either by purchasing the Epic Edition multiple times, and if you don't want to spend all that money, they'll also be able to purchase multiple copies of each Epic Edition housing item with gold at a later date. It's currently unknown when purchasing items with gold will be available, but who writes this just drivel? What are they talking about? Housing feature only available through the purchase of or entitlement of World of Warcraft Midnight. Decor items will be granted during the 11.27 content update and available to start using with the housing early access. Purchasing the Epic Edition on multiple WoW accounts in the same region under a single Battle.net account will re-grant housing decor items. Epic Edition owners will also be able to purchase additional copies of the included decor items in-game with gold at a later date. Yeah, of course. It's because decor items are not like transmog. Transmog, when you have the appearance, you have the appearance. Decor items are individual items. So if you want to place a blue chair down 12 times around a table, you need to own 12 blue chairs. And so, in regard to the items that you get as a bonus of buying the Epic Edition, you will get a set number of these from the Epic Edition. And the point of this is that, sure, if people buy multiple versions of the Epic Edition, instead of getting 5 copies of these, they might get 10 copies of these, or they might get 15 copies of these if they buy it 3 times, which is a ludicrous thing to do, but it's also stating that you don't have to do this because they'll be available for gold off a vendor, but only if you're entitled to buy them in the first place. What a dumbass article. This is Wowhead just making flipping dumbass articles. People getting bent out of shape for no reason. Considering Wowhead is but for a company, for a business that is, disguises itself as like journalism and reporting on the news, they're fucking terrible at it sometimes. I need to go kill some rares. I resell it for the other players who don't have the Epic Edition for... No. Of course not. Why would they ever let you do that? No, absolutely not.
I understand your frustration, Gaora, but do not rush to conclusions.
I need 10 Alira pictures. Where's my credit card? I need to buy 10 Epic Editions. Yeah, these quote-unquote news outlets that just will try and make an article out of fucking anything. And they try so hard to make an article out of absolutely nothing sometimes. They actually cause more confusion and more misinformation out there than they do good sometimes. This is why, you have to love Wowhead because they are at least on it with updates and stuff. But at the same time, they are fucking annoying sometimes. That's why during alpha, during beta, pay more attention to MMO Champion. Honestly, 110% pay attention to MMO Champion because they're actually good at their job. MMO Champion will tell you what you need to know and doesn't feel the need to make fluff articles to confuse people on shit. Pay attention to MMO Champion for updates. Do not pay that much attention to Wowhead. I can say that because I have zero affiliation with Wowhead. I love what they do, but they annoy the shit out of me sometimes. MMO Champion is much better. There's less exclamation marks on MMO champion. Yeah. Yeah, Wowhead ends up feeling like a Bellular video far too often. Far too much like a Bellular video from time to time. But it's designs from 2000. True, but you know, it just works. It's not broke, don't fix it. It just works. Which I like. Comp Stomp going core in Midnight with new maps, good for the casual PvP grinder. Yeah, they're doing something called Training Grounds, aren't they? AI PvP, but they're being like blatant about it. They're segregating it into its own separate game mode. Which was interesting for me to see, because most other games which have a PvP element have slipped AI bots, NPC bots into PvP modes, and they've tried to do it like under the radar. They've tried to do it so much that people don't notice it. Where Blizzard have just come out and gone, yeah, we're gonna throw flipping AI in there, which is quite funny. But yeah, you're right. If Comp Stomp ends up being one of those things that it's just on 24/7. It will definitely mean if people are doing PvP for no other reason than getting the, you know, the old PvP sets and whatever, you'll be able to farm up your marks of honor or whatever they're called a little bit more easily, without having to fight through what often gets very sweaty with the actual PvP stuff. Although the new Battleground looks kind of cool, not gonna lie. That looks kind of cool. PvP in WoW is so bad they're actually turning it into PvE. Arena, like, this is what WoW PvP's, or it's the problem's always been is that Arena is impossible to watch unless you know exactly what's going on. It's the least casual friendly sort of esport, and it's always baffled me over the years why they've tried so hard. They've tried really hard over the years to try and like push it, but it's so complicated to watch unless you know exactly what's going on in the first place. I for one absolutely can't follow it. I watched 2 arena matches and I'm like, I am so confused right now. And this comes from somebody that's played the game for 20 years. Wouldn't shock me if at some point they just introduce a game mode where everybody gets AI healers and everybody just plays DPS. I think keeping the you know, the triangle of tank, DPS, healer alive is a staple of the game. I don't think they'll ever switch from that too much, but I also know that over the years the amount of healers seems to decline every single expansion. And I can't help but feel, and this is only an outsider's perspective on this, if there was less emphasis on healers also doing DPS, I think more people would do it. But that's kind of a problem of min-maxing, isn't it? Soon as healers were able to do even semi-reasonable DPS, the requirement for them to do that DPS was a thing. Because, you know, your healer doing the DPS of half an extra DPS means you can push that little bit further than you would do normally. Wow, absolutely no rares on any of these servers. Or the next ones. I enjoyed this Race to World First, massively improved since I played before. I missed nearly all of it this time. Once again, it kind of, I blinked and I missed it, it felt. I know they got like nearly 400 pulls on the last boss, which leads me to believe they must have got there really quite quickly again. No rares on any of these servers either. Are we clashing on shards aggressively here? It looks like we are, you know. It feels like the amount of shards that are rolling out for the Undermine is a lot less than it used to be. A lot less. So I'm getting entirely clumped together characters where they were once spread out. There we go, that's better. We take something like that. That one's got a few up. Oh no, shit, that was definitely the 400 pulls isn't quick at all. Echo wiped at 0.2%. About 20 to 30 minutes before the liquid kill. Best Race to World First of the expansion, in my opinion. Yeah, from a... I mean, that's hype, isn't it? From like a viewer perspective. You can't argue that one at all. No, I'm not saying that this one was any quicker. It just has passed me by very speedily. The entire start of the season has just been fast, but there's probably got more to do with the fact that I've had a lot going on IRL. So outside of the stream, most days I've not had as much time to just casually live on the internet. So yeah, hence why I missed most of it. Good to see Method and the Chinese guilds nipping at Echo and Liquid's heels. More the merrier for the race if more guilds are up there. Oh yeah, for sure. A 2-horse race gets kind of boring kind of quickly for a lot of people. For the players included, I would imagine. I mean, didn't Method poach half of Echo's, or a good number of Echo's players for this race anyway? Which might have had a little bit of a difference. Spread the talent around a little bit. What is the dog doing? I cannot see what the dog is doing. She's hiding under the sofa again. Always worries me. Can't spot her. Echo wiped back-to-back 0.2% pulls. I mean, that's kind of, you know, that has to be so frustrating, doesn't it? Oh, the puppy cam is pointing in a completely wrong direction, actually. Under there. Oh, she's not. Oh, shit. Where is the puppy? Oh, she's running away. She's come out. Now she goes. See, this is why you can never catch the damn dog. You're never going to catch this dog anymore. Far too fast. He's far too comfortable. On for another drink, though. She could do with taking a nap. I was hoping I could nuke some bosses and, in the meantime, get some, nuke some rares. Go. Paper again. How we doing, Marcus? Welcome in. Good morning, good morning. Hope you're enjoying your bank holiday. Even Max from Liquid said he kind of felt bad for Echo as much as he was. I mean, when it goes that close, right? A 0.2% wipe is absolutely bananas. Interesting conversation with one of my guildmates last night. Wanted to help him make some gold with a disenchanting shuffle. I told him he can legit make about 100k gold in 20 minutes. He replied he would rather spend that 20 minutes in a Mythic Plus and will just ask his Chinese friend. It makes you wonder how other normal people approach gold making. Yeah, most people don't. Like I said, most people don't. It's so normalized now to just buy the gold when you need it that huge swarms of the player base just buys gold whenever they need it. Whether they buy a token from Blizzard or buy it from somebody else. Most people, and it's this is why the profession revamp was Kiss Curse. It was great for the people that liked it, and it was cancerous for the people that didn't. And it's only divided people's opinion on trying to make gold with the professions even more. People out there have almost zero intention putting any effort into making gold these days. Because it's just far too easy and far too convenient to just buy it. The flip side is, if you aren't doing too much high-end progression kind of content, your expenditure doesn't need to, like, you are genuinely only spending gold for the most part on cosmetic-y stuff, which it's your own, you know, it's up to you to how much you really want that stuff. The cost to play the game, even to do Mythic Plus at a reasonable level, is not outrageous these days. And that is assuming that you are even, like, using consumables and, like, fully enchanting your gear and whatever. I mean, most people probably don't need to spend more than a token's worth of gold per season. And when you break it down like that, for most people who play this game, that's not a big deal at all. Like, why would people spend all the time trying to figure out how to extract that gold from the game naturally, when every 6 months they just spend an extra 20 bucks? And it's like, and then they've got enough gold to buy their enchants, buy their gems, not have to worry about pissing around with professions or doing any gathering between arena queues or anything like that. It's because WoW ultimately is still a very, very, very cheap hobby for a lot of people. When everything else, entertainment-wise, is like ludicrously expensive these days. Sitting indoors and playing WoW, an extra 20 bucks every 6 months to buy a token of gold is literally nothing. This is why I really believe that they have to simplify the professions by some good margin, really. They need to be subtle about it. They need to make sure that it's still interesting for those people who do like the professions, but they have to take the emphasis off the people who don't care about professions from caring about the professions. This is, I mean, I've said this for like nearly, when did Dragonflight come out? I don't know, years ago at this point. I've said this for years. Putting all of the emphasis on the buyer of the item is a terrible move long term. And I think my point has been proven pretty strong there. You should let the people who do care about the professions care about the professions, and let the people who don't care about the professions and are willing to look for the expertise of those who do care about the professions to make them their gear, not have to care about the stuff. You know, don't be sending them to the auction house to buy all of their materials. Don't be sending them, like, don't be trying to strike up negotiations with crafters over tips and this sort of stuff. None of this is needed. None of this is necessary. None of this is healthy for the game. It needs to be as frictionless and as easy as possible, or those that don't want to engage with it will despise it. That has exactly happened with professions. Nobody, absolutely nobody who turns up and looks at the professions these days goes, oh wow, this looks interesting, I'm going to get into this. Most people look at it and go, yeah, no. Just no. Just no. Well, I'll go to the auction house and I'll buy it. And I love tinkering with the professions, but you have to be honest with yourself and look at it from the perspective of somebody that maybe doesn't enjoy tinkering with the professions and hasn't played with professions for 20 years. There's no way that either any new or returning player looks at the professions these days and goes, wow, that looks like fun. There's no reason to them for you know, just not going to be a thing. Oh, I've missed him. He's dead. Jesus, it's surprising just how quick all the rares are being nuked, even right now. Oh, wait, what? Been playing vanilla for about a month and it totally burned me out. As much as I dislike the arcade nature of retail, I'm not ready to go back to 10+ hour sessions every day, half of which was just walking from place to place. This was a big thing for me about Classic that I just didn't enjoy. The travel time to get places was absurd. You could play the game for an hour and you'd spend 45 minutes of that hour getting from A to B. Which, way back in the day, was fine, because there wasn't that much else out there that was pulling your attention. But gaming has evolved a lot in those 20 years. And it taking you flipping forever to get from A to B just don't work these days. And I equally, when playing Classic for a little bit, just got hella bored with how long it took me to get everywhere. Now, I do think retail has taken a little bit longer to work on this itself. I think, you know, the portal hopping and the load screen simulator in retail could be worked a little bit better, but they're going in the right direction. Things like dragon riding, for example, they make traversal more interesting. I mean, it's why they introduced flying 18 years ago anyway, right? Alpha hype, let's go. Mr. Goldson, how we doing? We can hope for an alpha soon. Soon TM. Soon TM. Most of September, I think, is going to be alpha season. When you buy a new car, you select the options you want. Nobody expects you to provide the leather for the seat upgrades or the additional airbags. Yeah, it feels like common sense to me. It feels like common sense to take that emphasis off the person that's looking to buy the piece of gear, especially since they have absolutely zero point of reference to what they actually need. Hence why everybody is like, oh, I hate the fact that there's 3 ranks of everything. Why do we need quality in everything? And the only people that are complaining aggressively about everything having multiple levels of quality are mostly the people who don't really care that much about professions, and they just want it to be easier to get the piece of gear crafted that they need. And they go to the auction house with a shopping list that they've had to pre-make themselves to try and figure out what materials they need, and they're presented with 3 options for everything. And the reason they despise it is because they don't have access to the answer. They don't know what, and so everybody just buys rank 3 everything for placing a work order. Because you run the risk of having, you know, it be wrong if you don't. Which is not an intuitive system. It's broken. Hyper broken. I gave Bliss some feedback a few days ago. Just on the expansion in general, and I was like, there are so many easy wins that you guys have just missed. Like, genuinely, there's so many easy wins that they've just completely missed. 0 updates to the professions throughout the entire expansion, and some of them are just so easy fixes. Why have we not had, why with the 12 different catch-up systems for gearing that we have, why did nobody think that, you know what, let's give crafters a basic set of catch-up gear every season? I mean, that's been a staple of the professions literally forever. We've had catch-up gear from every single little mini event that's been put in existence. But crafters can't make a basic set of, like, 642 gear that can just be put on the auction house. Why isn't that a thing? Like, come on, it's dead simple. This is why the alpha is important to me. I said this going into the War Within as well. Like, the alpha is the phase. The alpha's the phase where you should pay attention, because the alpha's the phase where if you spot something that's clearly not in line with what the players might want, or that's illogical or fun detected, you can make a song and dance about these things during the alpha And if Blizzard then take a look at it and agree, there's enough time for something to happen. There's enough time for that to be rectified. Beta is all about marketing. By the time the beta turns up, it's too late. At that point, it's all about marketing. You get, you know, there are... Beta might give you the access to bug fixes, but the core concept of a system is already solidified. Alpha, you can get, you know... During alpha, stuff can change. Like the idea of crafters making gear and weapons that anybody can buy from the auction house. The only requirement is that the buyers must empower a gear slot, like a trinket slot, with a spark. Once empowered, they can freely use any crafted trinket in that slot. It's a really good suggestion. Really good suggestion. I've also thought that it would make a lot of sense if crafters were able to pre-craft basic items that can then be upgraded by the end user. And then, you know, an evolution from base legendaries, just without the extreme cost or the extreme gatekeeping on the system in the first place. Like, if you can let crafters pre-craft a bunch of basic stuff that players can buy off the auction house, they can throw their spark on it or their enchanted crest on it to get it to within the gear banding that they've earned, should we say. They can then give it back at a later date to a crafter for a recraft. They don't want to buy that base item and upgrade, you know, again. The system can still pretty much function exactly the way that it does now, but with just way less emphasis on the person that wants that piece of gear having to do 80% of the work. Look how many people turn around and go, oh, well, crafters are just pressing 3 buttons. And it's true. Like, relative to what the person had to do to place that order in the first place, a crafter goes, boom, 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 done. It's mental. It's backwards. The boom, 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 done situation should be what the buyer wants. The buyer should say, I want a piece of gear. I want a piece of gear. They can look at a quick little list of recent sales of that piece of gear to get an indication to how much it costs to get it made. They can choose to pay a little bit more if they want that piece of gear made a little bit quicker. And they can pay a little bit less if they want to lowball it and chance it. But, you know, the person buying a piece of gear off somebody else should care about nothing other than how much of a tip they need to leave. That should be all they care about. Sorry, somebody got me going. First thing on a Monday. Flipping hell. No rares up anywhere. Oh, now I'm out of sync. Who's meant to be in this team? Oh, hang on, I ballsed up here. Messed up here. Who's meant to be in this team? Hang on. Hang on. Hot Jess, Manthy Boo, and Slamming Dave. Hot Jess, Manthy Boo, Slamming Dave, okay. I wish relearning a profession wasn't that punishing. Turns out I got rid of one of my engineering characters that had a lot of rare recipes, and now I don't really want to re-level and farm the professions again. Yeah, I've never, ever, ever suggested people drop a profession. 9 times out of 10, people regret doing it. Chasing the flavor of the month profession is usually not worthwhile. In retail now, it's so goddamn easy to level an alt that you should absolutely just level an alt. 100% of the time, just level an alt. But that means that people have to put a few hours of investment into doing that first, which is often the thing that people don't do or don't want to do. I don't want to sit in trade chat with an add-on whispering people who want a piece of gear for 2k. I mean, you're lucky to get 2k these days. This is the thing. The system wasn't a well-designed system to begin with. It could have been a well-designed system, but they chose to not do the things they should have done because they went with engagement when they should have gone for player, quality of life. And now 2 expansions on, so many people are pissed off with the profession system that most players don't bother with it at all. That's a prime example of Blizzard taking a short-term win where they should have played the long game, especially if it was meant to be an evergreen feature. But instead, they shot themselves in the foot. There's no rares up anywhere. Hard struggling for rares at the moment. Dropped mining and herbalism many times now. Herbing and mining is probably the only exception to that rule, really. Because you can, there's usually not anything stopping you from just re-leveling it quite quickly again. But crafting professions, especially if you've got access to recipes that were not easy to get back in the day even. I dropped blacksmithing once upon a time after having probably 90% of all recipes in the game on that blacksmith, and you cannot understand how much I regretted that decision after doing it. If an alt's first professions were in the War Within, then it's probably fine to drop in Midnight, though. No, absolutely not. No, this is the misconception. Especially with Decor kit coming in. Especially with Decor coming in now, progress in your past expansions professions might matter. There are people out there that make an awful lot of gold every single month by crafting and selling past expansion stuff. Transmogs, toys, all of this sort of stuff. There's still a market for all of this long after the expansion has come and gone. A lot of people don't utilize it, but that doesn't mean it's not a thing. Right, there's clearly no rares popping up on these realms, so we'll just move on. It's easy. What I want from professions is a plain linear progression if I just want to go through the motions. Also a struggle for rare recipes. I enjoyed that part before. Yeah, since the revamp in Dragonflight, we've gone away from like the 1 to 100 leveling really mattering. And I think a lot of people kind of still look at their professions as if, like, when they open a profession, they consider their progression within that based upon this bar at the top here. They think if this bar is full, their progression should be quote-unquote done. The fact that you then have to stack on tools, the fact that you have specializations on top of that are and should be stretch goals for those people that care about it. But I don't know how Blizzard really... Like I said, this is the problem. I like all the moving parts. I enjoy all the moving parts, and I understand that this bar at the top is only one aspect of your professions these days. I like all the moving parts because it means that you can work towards different things. But it does also lead to the scenario where unless every single one of these moving parts is aligned perfectly, you've got 0 chance of making gold. Concentration has done a good job at, like, giving you some flexibility with that. Dragonflight was probably the toughest because you absolutely had to have all of your ducks in a row in Dragonflight. And on top of that, you had to also play the RNG game of dealing with inspiration. The Dragonflight was really tough. They've smoothed it out in the War Within. But I'm still kind of concerned, or kind of expecting them to go much simpler in the War Within. In Midnight, sorry. I don't think they'll change a lot, but what they will change will probably be significant enough that it might get players interested about Professions again. Because at the moment, they're in the bin, right? They're absolutely in the bin. There's no reason to tinker with the Professions really now. Housing and decor will bring some life to it again, for sure. But the question is for how long, because if everything is listed on the region-wide auction house, it will be a single-digit profit margin thing again very quickly. And so we're back where we began in that regard. I don't know. I'm just going to wait and see. I'm going to wait and see. And I'll do my best to report on what we see. Really regret dropping leatherworking after Shadowlands for alchemy in Dragonflight. Did you level up all the legendaries in? Did you level all the legendaries on that leatherworker? Because that was a 30 million gold investment if you did. That's crazy money back then. That was absolutely ludicrous amounts of gold. Pre-ordered 5 epic editions yet? No, we only need 1 epic edition. We will probably need 5 copies of The War Within. But even that is probably not super important too early on, because there's probably not going to be much that can't be done. Well, it depends what we want to do, but I'm hoping that by the time Midnight rolls around, that most of these bonus accounts are relatively self-sufficient in just cross-realm selling. So I might not necessarily even need to put Midnight on all of them straight away. Another one of those will sort of, you know, look at it when it happens. And even if we do need to put Midnight on them, we'll only need to put the base edition on them anyway. Care to speculate why Laystone ore in the auto hammer did not pop this patch? Couldn't tell you really. I don't think there was any less of a need for them particularly. I don't know. It's not a market I've paid any attention to. Unfortunately, not paid any attention to it. As far as Laystone ore is concerned, a lot of the old ores had been hyper farmed, probably botted in the early part of this year. Potentially meaning that there was never any chance for there to be a shortage for the price to go up, if you know what I mean. So that's the closest to any form of speculation on that one, unfortunately. I don't know. How are we doing, Mr. Norton? Welcome in. Remember with early access, you were limited on gaining knowledge points? No, you weren't. No, you weren't. I'm pretty sure you could still... Maybe... No, even the treasures were... I can't remember. Were you? No, you weren't. Seems like a distant memory. Early access did make the early expansion feel a bit strange, though. I'm not gonna lie, it felt like flipping forever before like the raid even came out. Oh yeah, because you couldn't do the weekly quests, could you? There was no weekly quests, but you could still haul your ass around and pick up treasures and do first-time crafts and do all of that sort of stuff. And the reality is the weekly quests didn't really matter that much. It was still a bit of a... The beginning of the expansion, it was still a bit of a question mark around just how many knowledge points you got from patron orders and things as well, but I don't think it was like hyper limited. Going on here. Wild wife appears. Hang on, please, old boys and girls. How has Manthe reacted to the info shared over the weekend? Ranthius much? Well, my perspective is there wasn't really a lot shared. There wasn't really a lot outside of what we kind of knew. The prey system kind of looks interesting. I think the prey system being a slugger up on that realm. No, there's no flipping rares anywhere. I think the prey system looks kind of cool. It was muttered that this prey system is even going to give up to hero track gear. So as a solo delver who has access currently to 2 pieces of hero gear a week, one from the vault, one from a delve map, a third piece of hero gear available via this prey system intrigues me. Outside of that, though, you know, they said things about housing, but not really anything that really is out the ordinary or unexpected. So I'm just, like I said, I'm more... I think it was one of the softest announcements of an expansion we've probably ever had. Meaning I'm just basically waiting to see it, to be honest. Waiting to see it firsthand. Oh, housing is absolutely coming in December, by the way, though. That was one thing that was confirmed, wasn't it? That housing is coming this year, which lines up nicely with my guesstimation on the timeline. It's hard to spot her on Puppy Cam at the moment because she's in one spot for no more than about 30 seconds. Alma. Just stay over there. Present before Christmas. Yeah, well, Remix is starting in October. It's going to go on until January. There's going to be a crossover with Housing. Housing is going to launch with 11.2.7, which means if 11.2.7 is launching in December with Housing, then we can very firmly put a date of February down for the expansion launch. Because otherwise they're going to have to really flipping stretch the very final patch out for more than 8 weeks. Can we only get good loot once a week from the maps? Yeah, you get a hero piece of gear once a week from the map. They've tinkered with that a few times this expansion, haven't they? In Season 1, you could get multiple maps per week, but then in Season 2, they limited it to 1 map per week. But it was slightly more... you had a deterministic way of getting that map, whereas in Season 1, it was completely RNG, and if RNG blessed you, you could get 2 or 3 maps in a week. Would the Prey hero piece actually be a drop, or would it just count as a Vault solo activity anyway? Oh, I don't know. I mean, we don't know that level of detail yet. I doubt they'd have said that it can reward up to hero gear, and if they were referring about the Vault, then it doesn't add anything extra, but I doubt they'd have. I think they probably meant from the event itself. Dogger's dead. Nobody's up over it. Nobody's up anywhere on these realms. With the world drops being bugged at the moment, do you think 2x4 farms in the new expansion will not exist? I'm not convinced it's a bug to begin with. I'm not convinced it's a bug. I think it's by design. And I don't necessarily know about 2x4 farms. The problem with 2x4 farms is they are about as close to botting as you can get without botting. Which is the same problem that multi-boxing had many moons ago. That it's as close to botting without actually botting. Standing within an area in a very cleverly predetermined group, doing nothing but triggering a hyperspawn to gain access to vast quantities of loot very, very quickly, is by definition a clever use of game mechanics in the first place. It's not a feature. Blizzard have never really lent on 2x4 farming as a feature or a gameplay mode. It's just something that people have done as a way to extract a lot of materials, a lot of items from a selection of mobs relatively quickly. So much so that over the years, the more popular 2x4 farming spots have often also simultaneously been very attractive to bots because they're easy to program for. This is problematic for Blizzard because they don't really want bots, and nor should anybody else really. So, and you got to remember that the 2x4 farming is taking advantage of the hyperspawn mechanic. The hyperspawn mechanic wasn't designed to allow people to farm huge amounts of items. The hyperspawn mechanic was designed to allow players to be able to progress through that zone and complete quests within that zone in a reasonable time frame, even if that zone was heavily populated at the time. That was why hyperspawn mechanic was designed in the first place. I think it kicked in Wrath of the Lich King, I think, was when they actually initially designed it. Long time ago now. But it was to counteract that annoyance from back in Classic, where you'd just be queues of people waiting for respawns on mobs. So they made the mobs a little bit more dynamic in how they respawn. But over the years, players have been able to utilize those mechanics, often most effectively where those mobs also drop something of value, whether it be transmog or materials, as a way to very quickly and very effectively farm up said items. It wasn't really the design concept of it in the first place. Which is hence why I'm not totally convinced it was a bug in the first place. That limiting the amount of loot that you get after a short duration of time is purely to make it less attractive to people to go and do. It still fulfills the same initial design of allowing people to kill the quest mobs in that area to complete the area's quests in a timely fashion, but it prevents people from just standing there for hours and hours on end, mass producing items, materials, and worse, raw gold. Like I said, I've never really thought that Blizzard wants people to be hyperspawn farming stuff. So, if this is an active decision by Blizzard, it's not a bug. It is probably their attempt to squish 2x4 farming, yes. But they will probably not come out too publicly and say that because it's actually designed as a bot prevention thing. Kind of like how the limitation on multi-boxing back in BFA was implemented as a way to stifle bots' ability to do bot things, or at least for allow Blizzard to take action on accounts more convincingly. Since 2x4 farms were my primary way of making gold in the new expansions, what would you recommend doing instead the next one? Well, gathering is always an absolute guaranteed win. And the reason, to explain in a little bit more detail, because this might help you find these answers yourself, doing what other people are not willing or not wanting to do is why you make gold doing something. So the reason why gathering is so lucrative at the beginning of an expansion is because everything is new and everybody's starting from zero again, fundamentally. Most players of the game do not want to spend the first couple of weeks of an expansion flying around picking up herbs. Most people are so distracted from all the new shiny things to do, leveling the professions, questing in the new zones, exploring the new dungeons, gearing up their characters, leveling their alts. There's so many things that players want to do at the beginning of an expansion. Nobody really wants to spend hours and hours and hours flying around picking up herbs. This is why doing exactly that is very profitable at the start of an expansion, because people are willing to pay that premium to not have to do the quote-unquote boring thing they don't want to do. Now, if you can make enough gold from doing it and you're happy and content doing it, then congratulations. Yeah. So do the thing that other people don't really want to do, and you'll be able to make a sizable amount of gold from doing it usually. Herbing and mining is pretty much historically always been a guaranteed win for the first month or two in an expansion. Especially since with how expansions have launched in the last few years, where it's like there's even a progression path within herbing and mining. Meaning that those who do it a lot, and they do it early, often, you know, maintain that advantage of being just more efficient than everybody else for a lot longer. There was still, in Dragonflight, people were making 100 to 150k an hour for months in Dragonflight. Those with good mining setups at the beginning of this expansion were able to take advantage of the nullstone boom, and were making similar numbers for quite a while at the beginning of this expansion as well. Many players can make enough gold from gathering just for, you know, a few hours a day at the beginning of an expansion to basically cover any costs they might have throughout the rest of the expansion. And it's easy, right? You know, doesn't take much brain power to do it. It's one of those activities that you just get better at doing it the more you do it as well. You learn where all the nodes are. You learn what areas of the map to avoid, what areas of the map end up being, you know, gold mines, quite literally. And it doesn't require any actual, like, upfront investment from you, like professions do. I'm not convinced how heavy I'm going to go into professions in Midnight, honestly. I've now seen for 2 whole expansions the way the game plays out when you've got the current profession system plus the region-wide auction house, and it really, really, really does not look that attractive to me anymore. It'll be fun for a while. I'm not saying I won't level the professions at all, but I certainly won't be trying to hyper-optimize and min-max them for very long at all. It'll be mostly a dip in, make a quick bag, dip out situation, I think. That's why I'm never ready for my guild's first raid night, but ends up having lots of gold for repairs. Yeah, exactly, that's it. Spend too much time picking up herbs in the first few weeks. Sleep on the floor. Good. Nearly finished killing the rares. It's a lazy solution from Blizzard. It hurts players like me who farm the legit way and like to farm open worlds for mats and transmog. What did I do wrong? Why punish the small players? The problem is like I said, I don't think it was an intended gameplay loop anyway. They would much rather they would much rather people who naturally quest and play through those zones pick up things on their travels that have some value to them than allowing single individuals to hoover up the entire market share from an area. Concentration is a great example of that. They would much rather... This is not a war against goblins here, but it is kind of the concept that Blizzard would rather put restrictions on players dominating in markets, and would rather allow more people have a piece of the pie. For example, right now, you could level a character, and any greens that you pick up during questing, any materials you pick up during leveling, probably amount to a significantly higher amount of gold than they did previously. Meaning that you actually feel like picking that stuff up and going and putting it on the auction house whilst you level a character might actually be worthwhile doing now. Whereas previously, all materials were so heavily dominated by people farming them that anything you picked up whilst leveling was you just didn't care about it. Dare I say it's one of those greater good situations. Do Blizzard believe that the greater good is allowing everybody that levels a character regardless to feel like the experience of leveling is more lucrative? Or do they allow a farmer to farm more effectively? This has always been a thing. And it's kind of a hard topic to discuss because, yes, there are winners and losers in this discussion. But hence why any farm that gets over-farmed very quickly gets nerfed into the ground within minutes. Because it's not what Blizzard intends. Like I said, it's kind of a touchy subject because you're not doing anything wrong playing the game in that way, but you also have to understand that it might not necessarily be how Blizzard wants the game to be played. And if that's the case, they can and they will make changes to the game that might adversely affect what you've been able to do previously. And like I said, unfortunately, it makes more sense to me that this bug is not a bug and that it's entirely intended. Legit farmers who have made, gold in the past by doing these farms are unfortunately going to have to find other ways to make that gold. But if it is for the overall greater good, if it means that the leveling process is more natural and more valuable for everybody that does it, then maybe it is the best overall choice. I don't know. It's not my decision. It's not my decision. What bug? The fact that you know, after 3 minutes of hyper spawning mobs, they stop dropping loot. It was like it for 20 years. Why change it now? I don't get it. I'm at the point where I don't really know what to say. I don't really know what to tell you. I don't get to make these decisions, but my perspective on it is that it's not a bug. My perspective on it is that it gives more opportunity to a wider selection of players. And yes, it sounds like a weird thing to change now, but it's arguably been something that they've been working on. It's a problem they've been clearly looking at for years, right? Where is it? In recent history, the Black Rock Stronghold area. In recent history, this was very, very well documented as being absolute bot haven. Very well documented as this being bot haven. A few content creators had done videos on it, showcasing it. Some people had run some numbers alongside it to try and figure out how lucrative it was. This was absolute bot haven. And this wasn't the only spot where this was happening. But what bots were able to do is hide away in chromie time, abuse level scaling to ramp up the item level of all the items that dropped, and literally print hundreds of thousands of gold an hour in just raw gold, which was then being sold on the black market, which has all of the RMT related issues of, just all sorts of stuff that doesn't really need to be in the game. Sure, Blizzard could do something to nerf this spot, or they could just very simply, which is what they have done, stop shit from dropping loot after you've killed it 10 times in 5 minutes. And not only do they wipe out this as a hyperspawn bot farm, but they simultaneously wiped out every other single hyperspawn bot farm in the game at the same time. But with this one change. But anybody that's questing through this zone and kills mobs in this zone will still get the regular loot, the regular items to drop for as long as they're questing through it on their journey. To 99 out of 100 players, there's no noticeable difference to how the game operates. But it is the more sensible thing to do than to try and play whack-a-mole every time a hyperspawn is abused by a bunch of bots. And as frustrating as it can be for some players who have made a lot of gold off this, completely legitimately, as frustrating as it is, just got to live with it. Hyperspawning mobs drop tons of gold, making everything pricier. Devs cutting the loot after 5 minutes of farming to slow down the gold flow. This quantitative tightening stabilizes prices, keeping Azeroth's economy balanced. Well, what Blizzard has to do, they only manage two things, right? They only look at two things. They look at the money that they look at the raw gold that's created, and they look at how they can exit that gold out of the game. And over the last 5 to 10 years, they've got pretty good at this. They've got pretty good at balancing the amount of gold that comes into the game and the amount of gold that goes out of the game. Just like in the real economy, a little bit of inflation from patch to patch, expansion to expansion is actually good. But what you don't want is it to get too out of control. So they're always very, very, very carefully dealing with how much gold is created. Look at all the vendor shuffles, profession vendor shuffles. They existed for a long time in the game, and slowly but surely Blizzard has patched every single one of them out of the game. Why? Because it gives people an opportunity to print raw gold. And when it can be basically done AFK, they don't want it. They don't want it. So they slowly but surely, methodically made sure that every expansion that turns up, there's no opportunity for you to buy materials, craft something, and then sell it to a vendor. Certainly not for a profit, anyway. That's one of Blizzard's ways of controlling the amount of gold that's created in the economy, which means that they then have to worry less about how much gold they take out of it as well. You have picked on a good point, though. You have picked up a good point that the Undermine is the only scenario that somewhat contradicts this approach. Because the Hyperspawn farm at the north of the Blackwater Marina feels very deliberate. The fact that there is items added to the Quartermaster for the faction that somewhat incentivize people stacking them all in the same place and mass killing mobs on top of them does kind of scream like that it was designed for you to go and farm mobs up here. But in theory, that is a rep grind, not necessarily a gold grind. Now, of course, you do get some other stuff at the same time, but they were very quick to remove cloth drops and stuff from here when people were doing the hyperspawns for that, so it's kind of a bit, you know, 50-50 in that mind. Ooh, the wife is back. I think she's got me some food. Please hold, boys and girls. Alright. Wife has been to Lidl. White Monster. K-Check represent. And a mini pizza. Mini pizza. I enjoyed a nice AFK raw gold shuffle. Yeah, of course, many people did. Why wouldn't you? Like I said, I've got to be careful about when I talk about stuff like this, because I'm not throwing anybody under the bus. I'm not saying anything that we've done regarding raw gold farms or hyperspawn farms or anything is wrong. We are playing the game as the game is presented to us, but I do also want to get across the opinion that it may not necessarily have been the intended gameplay loop. And so if it gets patched out, we have to evolve with it. Items like the returned items recipes in 10.1.7, they drop the same percentage. It's not affected by this quote-unquote bug, but mats don't. So what's the thinking behind that? Items like the returned items and recipes in 10.1.7. Oh, you mean like all of the ancient recipes and stuff of that nature? Like I said, I don't know. I don't know how the systems work behind the scenes. They probably sit in a different database or on a different loot table or something. Like I said, I don't know the full ins and outs. But looking at it purely, you know, with analytical eyes, I really can't see this just being a bug. Because it makes far too much sense for them to do something like this as a bot prevention tactic. It just makes far too much sense for me for it to be, you know, an accident. There's genuinely no good sources of market research. And I finished that farm and I still think it's insane. Yeah, I mean, I used the hyperspawn to finish off, to grind out the rep in the first place. But much like, you know, there's a rep grind with market research for that one faction. There isn't a rep grind for the other factions, though. Well, there kind of is. It's called chat lists, but that's not really the same sort of thing. So yeah, I don't really know. I don't really know. The overall TLDR to a discussion that's clearly been too long now. The overall TLDR is I'm not convinced it's a bug, but I'm also not convinced that Blizzard's going to tell anybody that it's not a bug because it's got to do with account security and bot prevention and this sort of stuff. We'll just have to accept that it's a thing and move on and find something else to do. Oh, these dudes are in the ringing deeps. Don't need to log these on to kill rares then, do I? Or maybe I can do a quick sniper scan on these dudes. I'm about to eat some food, so I'm gonna nuke my camera for a minute. Please hold. That one on. Eat some food quickly. You can have the ASMR audio in your ears, but I'm even gonna move my mic over to the side a little bit. See if there's anything, any deals to be had on these realms. Put Puppy Cam on. Puppy's fast asleep on the floor. I mean, I can put Puppy Cam on. She's not there though. Risk I have is if I move, I wake her up. I mean, also without zoom, you can't really see her. She's about 4 pixels right now. She's fast asleep on the floor. You also don't want to look at my ass this entire time, I guess. Cranial thumper. What the hell is this? Don't know. Risk guards of Dark Keepers. 2k gold. Or not? Oh, there's multiple of them. Damn. Alright, whatever. I blind a great cloak. 320,000 gold. Somebody having a laugh? You'll be out your mind if you think I'm paying that for a piece of transmog. Oh my god. Big old list. Oh wait, shit, have we effed? Oh, we haven't. Oh, wait, hang on. Oh, why is it going crazy? Oh my god, my bitrate has gone through the fucking roof. Please hold. Is there audio still? Or has even the audio died? Oh, I've disconnected. Oh, fucking great. Hang on. Another one of those flipping YouTube is still going to work, but then. Okay, I think my OBS is ballsed up. Please hold. Looks to be saved. Hang on. I retract my statement. We saved. My OBS is being weird for some reason. I don't know why. Oh no, it's still flipping chippity choppity, isn't it? What the hell's going on here? Okay. My OBS is having a heart attack and I don't know why. Okay, YouTube still. I don't dare to refresh. Everything looks relatively normal my end now. You might need to just F5. I think we should be good. My OBS had a heart attack for some reason, I'm not sure why. It keeps freezing. My bitrate seems to be doing ludicrous things. Ah. Oh my god. I think I've realized why. For some reason, was not intended. All of my accounts are on like maximum graphic settings. I think is cooking my graphics card. I don't know why it's decided to have a heart attack now. Let me quickly change all of these, and then it might settle back down again. Oh, my entire flipping PC is locking up. Oh god, I've broken everything. This is why fancy people have stream PCs. Need to download some more dedicated WAM. I don't know why the stream was fine for a couple of hours with everything on max settings, and only now it's having a heart attack, but... Are we good? Are we saved? Seems like we might be back to normal. Should be back to normal. 60 FPS. 60 FPS, regular, stable bitrate. I think we should be good. Should be good. If it dies again, I might have to just turn everything off and turn everything on again. But it looks like it should maybe possibly be working. With no 720p option, that's at the moment, because of how I broadcast to Twitch, is not under my control. There's 1440p, 1080p, 720p, 360p, I think is the four that probably should be there. But I don't get too much control over that. Let's put me back on screen at least so that's clear that something's going on. I finished me pizza anyway. It's not a Monday without some technical issues anyway, is it? I really would like to have less technical issues, but alrighty, where did we get to? I want to see if there's any bargains on these realms. Ha, 402,000 gold. Nope. Nope. With a highly ramped up regional sale rate, which gives me an indication that there's shenanigans at play on that one. Barbed shoulders. No way they're worth that much. No way they're worth that much. I'm being baited here. Whatever. Force reactive disc. Classic engineering. Is that crafted then? That feels like it could be crafted. With 4 of them, I'm going to assume that's crafted. We try to ignore crafted stuff. Book of Origination. Doesn't seem as if it's actually that valuable, but... Pandaren Water Spirits. Pets. We'll buy some cheap pets. I don't mind cheap pets. They're easy to spread around. What we got here then? Iron Tree Greatsword. Nah, not that interested in that. Plague Hound Legs. 25k. Probably unlikely to ever more than double our money on that. Not too bothered by that, unfortunately. Clockwork Gnome. Don't mind a cheap Clockwork Gnome. Okay. This is one thing I need to do, actually. I need to go through all of my characters and redistribute items into the war bank to be TSMized. Need to organize all my cross-realm flippers a little bit better. Planning to upgrade my PC to support 2 accounts on 2 monitors, hoping for 1440, 10 of 10 graphics on both. Any advice what hardware is required? If you're running multiple accounts, the little slider is kind of I wouldn't recommend using it, honestly. I wouldn't recommend going over 7 on the slider. Even single PC, I don't put everything to 10. Often it turns things up that just absolutely crunch your performance. But for just 2 accounts, you don't need a lot. I mean, look at whatever the recommended settings are for WoW, aim for that. Just aim for whatever the recommended settings say. Not the minimum settings, but the recommended settings. Or recommended specs, sorry. They've probably updated Midnight's minimum and recommended specs. Swigs is up on this one. Oh, come on, you're being slow. Oh, it invited you in anyway. I want to see the screen, though. Come on, game. I know you're there. You're just lagging. Oh, screw it. Kill the mob anyway. Yeah, for me to stream on Twitch at 1440p, I have to activate enhanced broadcasting mode, which basically means I'm responsible for all the transcoding and then I send multiple streams to Twitch. It's more data intensive for Twitch, but it's less processing intensive. Now, I have basically unlimited internet, so I don't mind doing that. But it does put more of the overhead on my hardware to do it, especially since I'm then also sending all of those data streams to YouTube as well. Not too many more. I've only got this team, I think, to check for rares. And we're done killing rares. I might do a little bit of more deal hunting. Because I do really need these bonus accounts to be a little bit more self-sufficient than they are right now. I'm making every time I do a relist of auctions, I'm usually seeing enough sales to make it worthwhile doing, but still not printing, if you know what I mean. Still kind of like the gold I make is what covers the cost of the monthly sub sort of thing. We're not going anywhere yet. Kind of stagnant. So I need to focus a little bit more on deal finding. Add out the inventory a little bit. Frame rate's weird for me, right? I don't do much competitive content and stay in Dornogle doing auction house stuff all day, which is actually more. Yeah, it's like where frame rate is basically server limited. Like your hardware seems to matter way less in terms of frame rate these days because it's seemingly limited by the actual server. Most of the time, when people can't get above 20 FPS, it's not because their hardware is insufficient, it's because the server is just getting absolutely melted. This is why you could have a flipping €5,000 5090 PC and you'll still get 20 FPS when killing a world boss because it's not really got anything to do with your setup. I mean, it's got some, but the overall problem is not yours. That's most of the rares. Done. See if we can hunt down some deals. I was thinking about the numbers the other day, and that if you want to make a size, obviously to make a bunch of gold flipping stuff, you have to really, you have to obviously you have to sell shit, obviously, but you gotta basically consider that you want to double your money on everything. Anything that you buy, you want to sell it for twice as much as what you sell it for, bare minimum. And I say bare minimum because for everything that you haven't sold yet, you've still bought it. So what you really want to do before your graph is going to start going up, you really need to make sure that the stuff that you buy, you're selling it for 3, 4, 5 times what you paid for it to cover the cost of all of the stuff that hasn't sold yet and may never sell. This is why I tend to think that cross-realm flipping or flipping in general with small margins is kind of risky because it's far too easy to just keep spending and keep spending and keep spending and keep spending, and your gold will never go up because you'll just end up with like huge amounts of stuff that's sticky and doesn't sell. Unless you're doing it for years and years and years on end. Mongoose recipe. Buy a recipe for 100 gold. Belt of the Ordained, that seems bait. What else there? There's a couple of realms, and I can't work out why these realms are, where some of these low-level pets are just like being spam listed. I wonder if these are people doing like the realm-locked stuff, and they're just spamming their servers with like all of the Durotar and like the Barons low-level pets and vendor stuff. Must be. Refurbished purifier recipe, 16,000 gold. Oof, that's already somebody flipping that, isn't it? Oh, we'll give it a go. Probably more add-ons that run single-threaded and poorly written graphics shaders that affects the FPS. Lag, on the other hand, is server-side. The game runs fine, but long delays for things to happen. Yeah, WoW's kind of weird right now, especially when you start running multiple accounts. It's better over the last few years, but WoW is very, very limited to how much of your hardware it can properly utilize these days. I tend to think more in terms of profit per transaction. I try and make sure I'm looking at least 1k profit per thing I buy. Otherwise your bags just get clogged up and the time ramps up to post. The balance between sale rate and value. Yeah, I mean, I've already set up my TSM strings to, at least as far as the sniper's concerned, basically ignore anything that's not going to make me at least 1,000 to 2,000 gold to flip it. This does mean it will occasionally not show me those like 75 silver listings that you could probably go out and sell for 500 gold all day long. But at the same time, do I really want to clog up the post? Like you said, do I want to clog up the posting time with that low a value an item? Probably not. There are some areas though where I am thinking that I should be a little bit more, or should I be slightly less tight on how much I'll be willing to pay for things. Things that are easily transferable, things that historically have held their value more efficiently. I'm thinking pets here more so than anything. I think I'm be more willing to spend a little bit more than I'm currently got it set up on for pets, because they're kind of quite safe. They sell slowly, but they sell consistently. And as a collector item, pets are generally relatively safe. And I've noticed over the years that there are rarely pets that heavily crash in value, whilst there is also a fair few pets that actually rise in value, mostly down to the fact that people still want to pad out their pet collections, but nobody is proactively farming them anymore. So I might be willing to start paying a little bit more for pets and not being so stingy on looking for the cheapest of the cheap deals. Proof in point, an enchanted lantern, for example, for 300 gold is likely to only be sold for 2,000-3,000 gold, but you know, it's another easy win. Nothing there. Weirdly seen huge amounts of these Scholars Ancient Packs popping up recently. Isn't this a one-time treasure, this thing? Doesn't it hang from a tree or something in Dragonflight? Pretty convinced this is just a treasure you can go out and pick up. But bags are another one of those weird things that, for no apparent reason, they just sell. They just do. Just set a different shopping string for pets. Search in the main box for /battle pets. Put your pet string where I say armor here. Yeah, I think I've done that in the past rather than using the sniper scan. I think I've done something very similar, yeah. That's for if I'm looking just for pets. Oh wait, hang on. There's not a local long boy. What's going on here? Two searches instead of just the sniper search. Yeah, well, I mean, I have a TSM group that's got all the pets in it. The only thing is every time a patch turns up or new pets turn up, I often forget to update that. But like, it's I can put a separate sniper string on those. That's not quite as stingy as some other transmog, for example. If I can't buy it for like, unless I think I can triple my money on a transmog item, I'm not interested. Unless it's something real cool. But pets, I'd be more willing to take like a 50% markup on. But I'd still ignore any pet that's worth less than like 5k. Stuff like this that you got to be sort of questioning. Random ass item level 6 green for 100k. Another enchanted lantern on the cheap. What's going on with those then? That's a real crunchy cookie, that one. I usually sell pets for 20% of their value and still need months to sell them. Well, it depends. Yeah, it depends what you say value. When I'm buying stuff, I couldn't care less what their market value is, or even their region market value. When I'm buying stuff, I'm mostly looking at their historical sale price. And I will buy as a percentage of that. That is my way of ensuring that the pet that I'm buying is at least significantly cheap. But in many cases, you'll find like a pet that has a market price of 50k might only have a regional sale average of like 10k. And then if that's the case, I might only be buying it if it's under 5k, for example.
The cartels are always hiring temp workers to pick up odd jobs. See if you can lend a hand.
Pretty sure Steel Forged is crafted, isn't it? Yeah, Warlord's crafted. Stinky. Move on. But at the moment, I'm not being too sort of while I am still sort of building my inventory. I mean, you're never not looking for a bargain, obviously, but while I am building inventory, I'm not really specializing in one area or another, which is why I quite like using TSM sniper string for this rather than trying to make a point blank sniper group or anything like that, because it means, or at least it feels like it means, I can scan basically everything and at least filter out stuff. And it's good for learning. It's good for learning like what even exists. Because I mean, there's tens of thousands of items in this game. Yeah, general mogs, recipes I seem to have quite a liking for, but having leveled up all of the professions over the years and have semi-collected recipes myself, I kind of somewhat spot ones that might be something that can be flipped. Better experience with the market, I guess you could say. Where's this? Antonidas. This has got quite a few items on this realm. These are clear bait prices, but they're still cheap enough for me to worry about it later. We're getting these now, aren't we? Ooh, lamplighter. That's a bargain. 25,000 gold for the binding and binding recipe. Late in the expansion to be caring about these. But it's the start of the season where you get a bunch of them relatively cheap. $25,000 gold isn't a deal though. In here. That's a bargain. Sentinel's Companion. Yeah, this is another one of the new ones, isn't it? Another one of the new ones. I'm not willing to pay that kind of money for them, though. 10 to 15k, maybe. 10 to 15k, maybe. So I still think those things are going to be 5,000 gold apiece, which is kind of crazy when you think that players can only get one of them a week. It clearly shows that when there's a deterministic way of getting something, it's worth significantly less than anything that you have to put some effort into getting. The comparison between the Undermine Mechanica pets and mounts to these Ecodome pets in terms of value is really shocking to see. That because you can get one of these pets per week just by doing the Ecodome quest, they are currently at least being listed for a fraction of what a Mechanica pet is worth. Even though you could easily farm up more than a single Mechanica pet a week if you wanted to. It's kind of crazy. Just purely by the fact that you do actually have to put some effort into them has held the Mechanica pets at quite a high value. Which is why I don't know quite what price I'm willing to buy these Ecodome pets at for flipping. 5, 10, 15,000 gold seems like a bit of a bargain to hoover them up at, because I do think it's one of those things that Maybe not this season, but next season, the season after, when ain't nobody doing the Ecodome. The supply of those pets will disappear to nothing. And if people all of a sudden randomly need all 12 of those pets because they didn't play this patch, then there's no easy way for them to just go and get them other than to buy them. More of a long-term investment, I think, with those. What is snake on a stick? What the hell is this? Offer this food to a nearby Brutosaur. A snake on a stick. Okay. This is the point, right? Some items pop up that you don't even know existed. Love me some 75 gold recipes. Default listing price for Dragonflight recipes. Ore Eater? I actually don't know what that is. There's only one way to find out. Still think patch 11.2.5 will net us with some new pets and mounts. Oh, regarding the new sub factions. Yeah, something's going on with those. I don't know what to think about that really. I don't really know what to think about that, but yeah, there's definitely more to come with Koresh. Definitely something going on with those. Once people get Renown 8 with the new... Yeah, people getting Renown 8 with the raid rep this season will coincide exactly with the time that the 11.2.5 patch launches. And the 11.2.5 PTR is remix at the moment. They haven't really added any of the 11.2.5 native stuff on it. Doesn't look like. So that's still to come. Or they are deliberately keeping it secret, which is just as weird. Nothing on a lot of these realms of interest today. These are what do you call them? These are Sunwell recipes, I believe. Whilst farmed for, they're annoying to get. Flipped a few of them so far. It's going to be fun though when Decor turns up, or even when Midnight turns up, because it's going to be it'll probably be the first expansion. In fact, no, it absolutely categorically will be the first expansion where I'll have a system like this set up. Which means in theory, if there are things that can be listed on, I'm thinking like, you know, profession tools and stuff. If we get a new swing, a new pass of profession tools, if it's not one of the simplifications that we suspect is coming in Midnight to professions, we still have new auction houseable profession tools in Midnight. Being able to craft 100 of them and then syndicate them across every single realm very quickly could be pretty ridiculous if we can take full advantage of it early on. That could be a very interesting few days of early access, couldn't it? Would have to go like fully degen goblin mode to do it though. Cindercloth legs. Are these not Island Expedition? I'm quite sure they're Island Expedition. I might be wrong. It's 1,000 gold mistake if I'm wrong. Oh, Argent Dawn. Always shit to buy on Argent Dawn. So much so that I run out of money on Argent Dawn. I buy more than I sell here. Mostly so that it can be then shipped off other places. Student mugs. Definitely some shenanigans at play with this. Absolutely 100% shenanigans at play with this. The irony after saying that is I'm probably not buying much on Argent Dawn today. Historically, a good place to snag up some transmog offers though. Don't move, I'm waking the puppy. Don't move. Still snoozing. Let me take a very quick bathroom break, clear my desk a little bit whilst this scan happens. I'll be back in 2. Best realm to sell stuff so far I found is Ravencrest. You can sell your mother there. Ravencrest. Is Ravencrest, it's Alliance, but it's not Silvermoon, right? Ravencrest predominantly Alliance? 15,000 gold. Touch too expensive. Touch too expensive. The hell is that? That's another one of those random ass items that the item level matters nearly more than anything else, isn't it? Means I don't know my ass from my elbow about that one. That'd be 178,000 gold problem if I get that wrong, though. I'm not willing to make the jump on that one without some research. 75 gold recipes, though. Microbot 8D, that's an easy flip. Now, you may have noticed that I buy all these things and I don't even loot them for my mailbox. That happens in a couple of days. That happens automatically when we empty the mailbox of expireds and relist everything. The second highest Alliance pop English. Yeah, so I was right. Yeah, it's Alliance, but it's not Silvermoon. Yeah. Oh, it used to be PvP. Okay, well that makes sense then. Yeah, that makes sense. Since I moved to that server, made about 6 million pure profit off that realm. Now, I know this could be taken the wrong way, but stereotypes are stereotypes for a reason. But in the game these days, if you've at any point in the last 10 years cared about player progression or pushing Mythic Plus or pushing the raid, you've almost naturally moved over to the Horde side. Meaning those that still predominantly play Alliance are far more collector oriented, far more veteran to the game in some regards even. Far more sort of mid-core to casual. So I can understand why somewhere like Ravencrest, you could end up selling a lot of stuff there. Probably quite heavily interested in, you know, collecting mogs and that sort of stuff. Could ultimately be very good for decor, assuming that there's anything. Well, there's rumours that decor stuff will be on the region-wide auction house. It's still a little bit, we'll have to see when it happens, but the way that they worded some of the recipes, the way they worded some of the blog posts does lead me to believe that we might see most of the decor stuff on the region-wide auction house, which will have a play on its profitability and its overall value, but that would also then mean if there is stuff that's server specific at any point, places like Ravencrest might be very good places to take stuff to if you're not there natively. I just eat chips. Oh, there's 7 of the damn things, maybe not. 200 gold recipes, you can hardly argue with 200 gold recipes. That's an easy 1,000 gold profit every time without really trying. Oh, lamplighter gear. Yes, please. Sell that for 50k all day long. Kazal Gar leatherworking. Raven Crest is an interesting realm. It's smaller than Silvermoon, but mostly focused on the high-end stuff. All right. I mean, if its history rests in PvP, that would make sense. That it's, yeah, because Silvermoon was always PvE, if I remember correctly. Hence having the biggest population. And Alliance have naturally just been squeezed into Silvermoon over the years. $2k on 2 tunes. The Mythic Plus grind is fun. Frosty K is broken. First pull in the Floodgate. 1.4 mil DPS. As a tank, that's pretty good, right? I would imagine. Gems enchants are going to spike back up on reset. Make sure buy low, sell high. Next 3 vaults, weapon enchants, ring enchants, chest enchants. Yeah, we're at that point in the season where Vault Day is still a big day for selling stuff. But from a material standpoint, most of your mats, you're going to start to see a bit of a decline in them now. Because whilst, yes, the demand will still be there on reset day, they'll still, the supply of them will still be heavier than the demand. Because you've got all of the newly farmed stuff on top of all of the stockpiled stuff. So there's still, reset days will still be good, but season 3 is going to decline very fast. Very fast. From a profitability standpoint, anyway. Lightning etched specs. Another Outland recipe. I love myself some Outland recipes because they're usually an absolute pain in the ass to get. Oh, there's 3 of them. Do I want all 3 of them? I think I do want all 3 of them. Nothing there. Hygel Expedition Bag. It's crafted, I think. I'm pretty... Hygel Expedition Bag. Is that even crafted? I mean, we could easily flip that. Not even worth thinking about. Another 75 gold recipe. Few thousand gold profit flipping that easy time. As crazy as it sounds, I need to get into the habit of spending about a token's worth of gold every day on just stuff. Because a token's worth of gold, in theory, will turn into 3 tokens worth of gold, which is a million. You know, you take 400k and you turn it into a million, say. Eventually, once you flip most of it. Saw somebody trying to reset missives over the weekend on the NA realms. Those who try resets on anything that's on the region-wide auction house either have absolute balls of steel or they have no fucking clue what they're doing. It's where there's only 2 categories of people I've noticed that try and do that. It's kind of it's only want one or the other. It's crafted. Do not touch that. What was crafted? What was crafted? You are right. I do tend to mostly try and ignore crafted stuff. Universal language repository. They're an easy flip. Oh, there's a couple of them as well. Ah, that's also crafted, but also an easy. Don't know what a pearlescent conch is. Oh, it's a fishing lure. Yeah, I ignore these fishing lures because they're usually unique as well. Even if I could flip them, I'd rather not deal with them. Oh, the hydral bag. Oh, is that what it is? Oh, okay. Still 7 gold. Who cares? It only costs us 7 gold to buy it. We can just throw it away. Prices after reset normalize so fast. Logged on 3 hours later, missives down to 2k, 6k to 2k. Yeah, resets never last more than like a matter of minutes, and on the region wide anyway. Is it possible to get the TSM snipers? Well, the TSM's my string is kind of very customized for my scale and level. TSM string's very easy to adjust though. Even the default one is not bad. I did. It's not going to be too easy to find the stream now, but we didn't customize it too much. Even the default string is good to start using. More lamplighter stuff. 5k is more than I want to spend. But lamplighter gear is a pain in the ass to farm for. Flipped a few bits of lamplighter gear. Wormhole centrifuge. Oh, is that Draenor, is it? Probably not going to sell that for enough. It's only 200 gold. Imperial Titan Crown of the Aurora. These are also crafted, I'm pretty sure. It's also only a couple of thousand gold. Must cost more than that to make it. Especially with rising map prices at the moment. Tried to reset a region-wide market once, never again. Got burnt so fast. Stuff appears on the auction house. Yeah, this is the thing, right? A lot of people, they try a reset because they see something is like, it looks like it's running out, right? there's the illusion that it's running out and, oh, there's not much on the auction house, so I'll reset these. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Stuff comes out the woodwork so fast. Like, within an hour, like 5 times the supply will be on the auction house. And that reset will just be crunched. Like I said, it's entirely possible, but you've either got to be completely stupid or have absolute balls of steel to do it. I will see if I can find the VOD that has the where we did the sniper string. It was a couple of weeks back. I can't actually remember. When we made it. I can't find it to hand, unfortunately. But it's also not just one string, is the thing, which is why it's not very easy to share. Some categories have slightly different strings attached to them. It is worth spending some time though looking at, if you take what the default TSM string is, which is kind of a catch-all string, it's kind of designed to show you anything that might be sort of slightly cheaper than normal, but it does present an awful lot of false positives. If you take that string and understand what it's doing, you can make one that is more customized to sort of what you want to achieve. For example, my TSM string basically ignores anything that's like super duper mega cheap, because I've already got shitloads of gold. I'm able to spend a little bit and not worry about it not selling for 12 months. Which, if you were, if you're just starting, is problematic because it'll burn through your liquid gold so fast. Like I just mentioned, I'm kind of looking to start spending about a token's worth of gold every day, just to then have stuff that might go up in value, or I can then sell on for like 2 or 3 times the price later on. $75 gold recipes. Nothing there. Always fun to see somebody reset a market. There's so much hidden stock out there. The cleverest way to reset a market, and I've always said this, the best way to reset a market is to trick somebody else into doing it for you. That way you're taking none of the risk, but you get the same opportunity to capitalize. So this, for example, at the beginning of the War Within, I was one of the first in the EU to be able to guarantee craft rank 3 flasks. And myself and a small handful of other people who are in the same position were very, very, very closely watching the flask market during like the first week or so of the War Within. And you could see there was points in time where a reset was definitely going to happen. It was definitely going to happen. And the trick was actually just waiting until the moment somebody else came in and decided to try and reset it. And then that's what I mean about how stock turns up out of nowhere. Because you were probably one of a handful of people back then who were just waiting for that reset to happen. And soon as it happens, everybody piles in and tries and sells their shit. So if you look at a market and you go, wow, this is like running low, this could be a prime one to reset, be aware that you're probably not the only one that's noticed that. But you'll have other goblins out there that are not willing to do it themselves, but they're waiting for some other poor sucker to come along and do it. And that happens a lot. That happens an awful lot. I'd like to start sniping on lower prices anyway, but not sure where to start. I mean, the default TSM string is not bad. I've slightly customized it, but not by much. And I've customized it, like I said, for the purpose of the fact that I'm selling on all 80 realms in the EU. And I've got a lot of gold to spend on buying up stuff in the first place. The default TSM string is a really good place to start if you're starting on 1, 2, 3 servers, to get an idea of like what's cheap and what's not, and maybe why it's cheap, and maybe what you should buy and maybe what you shouldn't buy. It's all a learning process. And much like most other things with TSM, you're kind of always tweaking it and tuning it anyway. H22 slicks. I know they're crafted, but and that's also only 700 gold. We'll flip that. Sandkeep, 25k. Yes, please. That's probably all I want off here. Tiny green carp. That's a bit of a deal. Brackenhide Knoll Guard. Oh. Cosmetic. An actual cosmetic. 20k. Unlikely to flip that for too much more. A bit pricey for what I want. Maybe next time. What do you do at that point? Try and get the resetter to gobble up your supply, or hope to make big after the reset? Well, the concept is if like a market looks primed to be reset, waiting for somebody else to come in and do the reset, then you just have to engage in an undercut war for an hour. But the point is that you get the advantage of that higher price, the same as they're trying to do, but you're not having to take any of the risk of buying out huge amounts of the stock to do the reset. It's kind of like, you know, it's the ideal scenario. So like I said, the best way to reset a market is to trick somebody else into doing it for you. You get all the advantage without any of the risk. And hence why markets are crushed back down in price so fast. Because there's only one person usually that's holding all of the risk. The person that buys up everything in order to reset that price is the one that's taken all of the risk and is literally, more often than not, the one left holding the bag. Everybody else took no risk. All they get to do is now sell their product for significantly higher a price until it comes back down to what it was before the reset. And hence why nobody else cares about holding that price high, because they didn't take any risk. They're happy to continue selling all the way down until it gets to where it was before. And it's always the ones that end up taking the risk that then end up with the Reddit threads saying, you know, oh, but they were selling at the higher price. Why are people undercutting? They didn't take any risk. Zero risk and all reward. That's why I tend to tell people, don't reset markets. Trick some other poor fool into doing it for you. Was buying the Abyssal Fragments, bought 2,000 of them, and then the next day another 1,000 of them showed up. 2 days after, another 2k, and it went on. I bought all of them because they were cheap as fuck, but still. They have a drop rate of about 1 per hour on average. Yeah, I don't talk about that market all that much because I know you're pretty heavily invested in it, but I know that one very, very well because that made me a lot of gold in BFA. A lot of gold. Stupidly rings sell. They're also unique, aren't they? They're unique stack of 20 or something ridiculous, so they're annoying to deal with. I'm sure you've figured that out somehow. This is so desperately a bait price. I shouldn't be paying this much for a single item. Oh, fuck it. Oh no, it's already gone. Somebody might have already had it. Oh no, it is there. Sometimes you know you're paying over the odds for something. I don't know enough about it to consider it. Reforged Blade of the Heroes. Like... Oh, it's one of those kind of jobbies. Oh, it's probably not unique either, is it? Oh, I'm getting absolutely sucker punched here, but if you don't try, you don't know. The annoying part of making gold now is that the effort you're putting into it now would give you back 20 times more if done at the beginning of an expansion. Yeah, it's why I, you know, I recommend to people, and a lot of other people draw this conclusion themselves, that if you go ham at the beginning of an expansion, in that first month of an expansion, you can make, especially as the expansions are slowly getting shorter as well. We're in a world of 18-month expansions right now, and it's not going to be too long before we're in a world of 12-month expansions. I'll put money on that. We're going towards 12-month expansions in the next few. If you can make 12 tokens worth of gold in that first month of playing the game, like farming, crafting, gold making, doing whatever you do, you have basically paid for an entire year of gameplay. And you've got the next 11 months to play the game exactly as you want, without any concern of it costing you a penny. Or alternatively, if you just dip in and out of the game, you continue to pay your subscription on your credit card. But that gold you make means that you can buy your consumables, you can buy the odd BOE here and there, you can even spend it on boosts if you want. Like, whatever you choose to spend that gold on is up to you. But you can make so much gold in the first month or so of an expansion that can often carry you through the rest of the expansion, full stop. Made me close to 30 mil so far on the War Within. I've still like 3k of them left to sell or something. Pretty heavily invested in them, but I doubt anybody can compete with on price at this stage in time. Yeah, do you find that people actually buy them 20 at a time? Are you actually selling them out 20 at a time? Or are people buying like 1s and 2s and 3s? I would imagine most of the sales must be in chunks of 20. Enable ATT if you're sniping, makes it easier to decide if it's a unique appearance or not. I would if it wasn't for the fact that ATT is such a resource hog. It adds a few seconds of load time onto each of my accounts, which I don't want. Especially because I use these tunes for killing rares and stuff. I want them to be able to log on, log off quickly. ATT's unfortunately too heavy. But you are right, yeah. If you're just doing it on a single, you're doing it on a smaller scale, ATT can help you with that stuff. I'd rather just try and learn which ones are and which ones are not. Yeah, that's still cooking. Let's let that cook for a minute. Bought my first expansion with gold this time. Wonderful feeling. Hey, there we go. There we go. Good when it happens. I can safely say I've not bought an expansion for World of Warcraft with my credit card for a long time. Pretty much since the token was implemented, I've been able to quote-unquote play for free. Spinner's Shawl of the Quickblade, 564 BOE. Where the hell's that come from? Where the hell's that come from? Oh, Jesus, these things are dipping in value pretty fast. Oh. So fast, in fact, that they're gone. Right, snooze you lose. Steel grip gauntlets. I don't want more of them. Okay. Nearly gone through all the realms now. Found a few bargains today. Not too much, but enough. Enough. Oh wow, I think I've I think my tracking of YouTube chat's completely died. Oh well. Fix it tomorrow. Am I the only one that finds the 2-minute delay on the auction house money weird? It is an odd thing that's happened. It is kind of odd how that's the thing. And apparently, with anything that's sold on the region-wide auction house, you still have to wait 60 minutes for you to get your gold, even though it only sits in the auction house for 2 minutes after it sells. But things that sell on local servers, you get the gold after like 5 minutes. So it's kind of weird. It's almost as if the region-wide auction house now has been completely separated from the normal auction house. I don't know, it's really odd. Yeah, you're right, it's very odd. It's either an odd glitch in the Matrix or it's another one of Blizzard's kind of, hopefully, I mean, to give them some credit here, let's hope that this is them tinkering with things behind the scenes to make sure that at the beginning of midnight, the auction house doesn't melt for 3 days. Because it was an absolute shit show at the beginning of the War Within, that the auction house just fundamentally didn't work for 3 days. In fact, it was worse than that, because it was still up, and it was still there, and you could still post things, and you could still try and buy things. The best thing they could have done at the beginning of the expansion was to have just turned the auction house off until they figured out a fix. But the fact that it run like a, half-dead dog for about 3 to 4 days at the beginning of the expansion was terrible. Hoping whatever they're doing is tinkering with it to make it more efficient, to make it not do that. Like I said, I'd rather they just switched it off completely. If they'd switched it off completely, I'd have been like, right, okay, well, I know where I stand now. We'll come back when they turn it on. But the fact that they kind of left it on crawling kind of meant that you still had to wrestle with it. Or felt like you could wrestle with it. But it was kind of weird how, like, nobody knew what anything was valued at, or what to list things at, or what price to buy things at. It was so funny. Completely busted, but funny all the same. I don't want another one of those. I've spent a bunch of gold already today. I'm starting to be a little bit more picky with what I buy. And actually, we've made it all the way through the list again to these guys in the Ringing Deeps. This is where our stream melted on us last time. Haven't tried any other server, but the Mechanica Pet Slow, no sales since the end of last season. I've run out of stock. I haven't been farming Mechanicas enough the last few weeks to have any stock, really. Certainly not enough to make sweeping statements on their sale rate. The value per Mechanica is slowly going down, but not by a lot. And I tend to believe it'll only slowly go down until supply really dries up. And then the prices will rise again. Venture Code Goblins are hoarding all the gold for 55 minutes, investing it elsewhere profitably whilst disguising it as if... Well, you mean how, like, literally every bank works? Yeah. Please, give us your money. We'll look after it. Also known as, we will spend it and make more from the money that you give us. We will take the $1,000 a month that you give us and we will sell it 10 times to other people. Maybe that is the case. Maybe that's what's going on. Slippers of the Unruly Fairies. I have no idea what that is. It's triple money, though. Ah, Silver Moon. No wonder I've got no gold. No. Else I want on those realms. I haven't been paying too much attention, but I'm quite sure I've spent a few 100,000 gold here now. Known as float in banking. Making sure the money keeps coming in, making sure you sell the same dollar bill 10 times over. You can collect interest on the same money multiple times. Clever, clever. No? What's going on here? I see the same people posting on my server. I think nobody is selling anything. Honestly, these days, with things like pets and anything that is sold on individual servers, you're best off just trusting the data. Your point of view and your perspective is only ever going to be so limited to the server that you play on, that so much different stuff might be happening on other servers. So I just rely on, like, although it's not as reliable as it once was, but like looking at things like TSM sell rate, TSM's average sell price on items that have existed for a little while, the TSM data is about as good of an indication as we can get, really. If the average sale price is going down, you can sort of see that people are willing to pay less for the items. They're, you know, less desirable for whatever reason. But you will still be able to see things like the sale rate. If you look at an item and there isn't TSM sale rate data, that means that even TSM hasn't seen it sell in the last 60 days. So it's probably a dead item at that point. But you'll also find that the super big, expensive mega items might not even sell once in 60 days on any server, because there's just not that many people looking to buy them. So you gotta... Your experience on one server shouldn't really... What I'm trying to get at here is that a single server's experience doesn't make the rule really anymore. They're still clearly selling. It's just more of a price thing. Somebody will have them. Flipping hell, these shimmering inch shifters. There's starting to be quite a few of these stocking up. This is one thing I have wondered about these Eco Dome pets. I have wondered if some of them are more rare than others. I can't possibly imagine why Blizzard would have gone to the effort to make that a thing. But considering players can only get one of them per week, there will definitely be a shortage of one at some point. If for no other reason than some goblin has come along and made it look like a shortage. Right. That's most of those realms done. Websites like the Undermine Exchange are good ones to keep your eyes on as well. Search for the item in question on the Undermine Exchange, and that will give you a bit of a broader overview to maybe what's happening. The non-caged version as well, right? Yeah, that's the frustration. People can sell the non-caged companions as well as the actual caged pets, which is... There is a wild difference in price between both those two items as well at the moment, which is kind of crazy. That will sort of normalize itself, and it will, at least once this patch is over, the companion versions of them, rather than the caged pets, will slowly disappear. As people stop getting given them once a week. Should note that TSM can only grab data from people using TSM. Fairly certain that's how it works. Not always. Yes, things like sale averages. I'm pretty sure sale averages can only be tracked from people that have TSM, because TSM reads the mail that comes out of your mailbox. to get the sales prices. But things like the sale rate is a maths equation, basically. So TSM doesn't... TSM can, with some reasonable amount of confidence, determine whether an item was sold or whether it was cancelled, or whether it expired. And they don't need to see that. So the sale rate info is pretty generic. Because it's got like hour by hour auction house quantities and this sort of stuff, and it knows when price. You know, if it drops by 12 hours after it goes up by 1, it's 99% an expiry. You know, there's a lot of maths that goes on behind the scenes, but TSM built it out so that it doesn't rely just on people having their add-on. But yeah, any sort of price-based source is, like I said, especially the average sale price. I'm pretty sure you still need TSM for it to generate that number. What are these? I've spotted loads of these. Somebody's doing some shenanigans on the price of these, I can tell. Smoking Heart of the Mountain. Out of nowhere, there seems to be loads of these popping up, and I don't understand why. Alright, I think that's all of the realms scouted for. We got a few deals today. I got relist auctions tomorrow. We got a few deals today. Did we sell any of those mats we listed earlier? Let's have a little look. By the way, you said a few weeks ago that you have some info that you can't tell us. Did that thing already happen on Gamescom? No. I still can't tell you. So just pretend I said nothing. Woohoo! Money! Cash monies. Bunch of Dawnweave bolts. 80k's worth of Dawnweave bolts. 60k worth of Iron Claw alloys. These are all mats that I've just had lying around across the expansion. Most often stuff that got put in the war bank for crafting and doing patron orders and stuff with. I've come to the conclusion, I spoke about this a lot at the beginning of the stream, but that was hours ago at this point. I've come to the conclusion that it's time to liquidate all random ass old materials that I don't need. Get rid of them now whilst there's still some inherent value in them. So I do believe that prices are going to trend downwards and probably quite rapidly at this point. So getting shot of some oversupply of stuff. Two Ecodome Pets base items, that one, go. Smoking Heart used to be super expensive. They turned up with the transmog farming event. Some shenanigans going on with market control of the new ones added. Yeah, I assumed there'd be some shenanigans at play. There's no way they've got a regional market price of 90k and all of a sudden people are posting them conveniently for 50. It's yeah. You start to spot shenanigans after a while. Somebody clearly hoovered them all up after the event and is now doing some funny business on them. Okay, I also wonder just how much is due to come into the mailbox as well, because they're mats, so I wouldn't see that. But I have, for the most part now, emptied my war bank and character bank of stuff. This is catch-up gear and realm flippy stuff, most of which can go in the bin now, because we've moved on a patch. It's all out of date, and nobody care about 626 and 632 Warbound gear anymore. All of this rubbish can go in the. Why have the? Oh, I don't know. All of this can go in the bin now. It's time to do a little bit of a cleanup operation in preparation for midnight. I know that sounds ridiculous considering we're like a week into the new patch, but it's oh, hello. Go back to normal. There's it's best to sell off all of your oversupply of everything now while it's worth more. If at any point until the end of the expansion I need those materials, I can buy them back again for less than what I'm probably selling for them now. So, GG. Hope Blizzard's going to hire you as an independent profession developer in Midnight, like a contractor. I'm going to be honest, I would probably not even take them up on that offer if they asked. To be truthful, not that they would. Mostly down to the fact that there is a reason why I quite enjoy being my own boss and working for myself. Now, obviously, yeah, freelance is slightly different, but still. What are we doing with this one? Oh, this is the sinkhole without water. They've drained the place. Clever move, Blizzard. Clever move. Drowning is never fun. Leviathan manipulators slain. Okay. Now these are only 8s now, which, with some reasonable gear now, 8s should be a stroll in the park. Pick up the odd potion, not really worry about it. Nuke through, kill things. GG, well played. I think I've actually geared this dude up pretty effectively so far. Without stepping foot into Mythic Plus or the raid to already be item level 700 nearly, I think I've done quite well. Why, if I can ask? Well, I like to, while I am now what's considered as a WoW partner, a WoW partner status basically means that I have a slightly more effective link to Blizzard for giving things like feedback and reporting bugs and this sort of stuff, right? It doesn't really come with any particular perks per se, other than there's a Discord channel where, the devs are in there. The reality is the devs don't really respond all that much in there, but they're in there. The other perks of being a WoW creator, there isn't really that many. Now, I still kind of like the fact that I'm not that heavily affiliated with Blizzard, as it gives me the ability to be both open and critical about the product and the service. I choose my affiliations very carefully, and I kind of like the ability to be open and frank and truthful of my opinion. Soon as you start getting in bed, with the company directly, strongly affiliating yourself with somebody, you start having more the credibility of your opinion drops, if that makes sense. It's kind of difficult to explain. You know, this is why sponsorship deals, for example, are 9 times out of 10, people are like, whether they're either asked to or not, are going to be overly positive about the company that's sponsoring them. So hence why I would never really want to work with Blizzard that closely. I mean, I'd obviously take the opportunity to do dev interviews and, you know, stuff like that. And I will test their content. And I do get a little bit of a priority on early access sort of content in that regards. But they sell beta access these days, so it's really not, you know, anything significant. Ooh, a portal. So it's I like being able to be able to be as open and if I like something, I can say I like something, but I can equally at the same time say something is absolute dog shit, and it is more credible because I'm not being paid by the company I'm criticizing, if that makes sense, you know. Is there a WoW Partner Plus or a Premium? Well, I mean, obviously there are favorites out there, sure. Have they announced WoW for Xbox? No. Not that I don't think that isn't coming. They haven't announced it, no. Oh, the underpin. Nice to see you. Oh, there's only 2 mini bosses. There's only 2 mini bosses on this one. Is this because this is an 8, not an 11? If you find one of these portals in an 11, does it give you all 3 mini bosses for the easy free win? Oh, don't stand in that. Maybe I'll just kick these out the way or something, yeah. Well, that was a nice quick 8, wasn't it? Love to see a dev interview with you and Ian, for example. Yeah, I'm not on that level yet. I'm not on that level yet. The problem I think I have is that my playstyle doesn't really warrant that kind of information. As kind of frustrating to many as that sounds, not enough people really care to hear about fashions. It's kind of weird. If I was more sort of generic with my play, which we like, to be honest, I do spend an awful lot of time tinkering with the more casual stuff in the game. So may never say never, but I don't think there's much mass market appeal for me to be doing dev interviews. My better opportunity is to, you know, sweet talk Dan into asking specific questions. Mr. GM is a nice. He kind of sits in that kind of like nicely casual but now quite high status creator. It'd be easier to sweet talk him into asking some of the right questions, if you know what I mean. Or whoever's doing the professions over at Blizzard. It was kind of funny that, you know, they were sort of public about stuff for a little while and then had one big bit of a whoopsie and then went radio silent. I need one more delve then for my last slot in the vault, don't I? That's 7. Need to do one more 8. Where are we going then? What we got? Oh, the excavation site 9. It's not my favourite delve, but it's one I know well enough that we can just go blast that on an 8 kind of easily, can't we? If I get that done now, then that's delves for the week done, and I don't have to think about it. I still don't understand how there are people out there that end up doing like 50 delves a week. Don't know where they get the time. Although that said, I'm sure people look at what I do in the game and are like, how the hell does he do that? Mr. GM, hey friend. Yeah. Goblins also need a representative face in the community. Everybody's just raid M plus and PvP. I don't disagree. But as we were speaking like quite a lot earlier in the stream, there's always this kind of, and it's always been a thing as well, for reference, this is not anything new. There's always been this kind of like, it's a bit of a push-pull relationship with Goblins and Blizzard. Because we're a category of players that are clearly looking for opportunities outside, outside the design rules. Always hunting down, the most optimal way of doing a farm or creating the currency in the game. A lot of what Blizzard has to do is directly in relation, directly opposite to what we find in the game. They kind of, the relationship's a little bit weird in that regard. And the fact that we're trying to use the professions and everything to make the currency in the game is already sort of one step outside of kind of why the professions are there in the first place. They want the ecosystem to go round. They want some people to have some professions and some people to have other professions, but at the same time, they don't want any one category of people to be able to be like completely dominant. This is why Shadowlands was absolutely ridiculously silly money for those that were able to like keep their head above water and just completely obliterate the legendary market on however many servers they were doing it on. But that is a scenario that Blizzard is going to very, very carefully manufacture systems so that that doesn't happen again. Because as fun as it was for a handful of players then to make tens of millions of gold across an expansion, it was directly at the literal expense of many other people. Now, I still put a lot of the blame on Blizzard for this, in terms of the fact that, well, they set the material values on these items. They were, in theory, tested before they went live. They should have done the maths on this. They should have realized that, well, hang on, if you all of a sudden need 50 heavy callous hide to make a single item, and that heavy callous hide is selling for 1,000 gold a piece because you can only farm like 2 of it an hour, then no shit, Sherlock, those legendaries are going to cost 100,000 gold. The emphasis was on Blizzard to balance the numbers on that. And it's always a Goblin's prerogative, it's always a crafter's prerogative to sell a thing for more than what it costs them to craft, otherwise what's the point? But it was still a very, very mismatched kind of like, well, it was just broken. I described it as such all the way through Shadowlands. It's the absolute best goal-making opportunity that's ever existed in the game. Simultaneously, it will never happen again because Blizzard will make sure it never gets that out of hand again. Surprise, surprise, the very next expansion, we end up with work orders. That's their knee-jerk reaction to make sure that shit never happened again. They absolutely could not have another Shadowlands legendary situation on their hands. And so they made it so that that shit doesn't go anywhere near the auction house. Which we're still kind of suffering with now. Because it's stupid. you know, from one extreme to another. So you know, Blizzard's relationship with players who like to tinker with the professions and farm up stuff and sell things to other people and buy and sell things on the auction house, you know, it's kind of a tricky one. It's a tricky one because whilst we are both needed to ensure that the economy is ripe, they also don't want us to get too out of hand with it. They don't want us to be able to extract too much value, because otherwise extracting that value is usually at the expense of other players in somewhat shape or form. Goblins play for free. I don't feel like Blizzard wants goblin knowledge to be spread. That I would have to disagree with. Mostly based upon the fact that we don't play for free. We're actually critical. We're absolutely mission critical in Blizzard actually making a vast amount of their money. We don't pay for free. We generate Blizzard more value than the monthly sub, because our monthly subscription costs somebody $20. Instead of it costing us $15, it costs somebody else $20. Blizzard doesn't have the same value of product. You know, Blizzard do not have an easier time selling tokens if there are not players like us who have enough gold to be able to buy them. So ultimately, we don't play for free. We actually are more. We generate more revenue for Blizzard than somebody that pays for their sub with their credit card. I think it's more about control. They want more control over the economy. Well, they only control two things. They control how much gold is made and how much gold is removed from the game. They're the only two knobs they really try to control. Everything that happens in the middle, they are very, very, very hands-off. And I credit Blizzard a lot of the time that the success of the economy in this game over the last 20 years is because they don't fuck with shit. It's because they're not hyper-controlling. They could, and this is stuff that's been suggested many times in the past, they could put like fixed item price banding on the auction house for items and materials and crafted goods and stuff, but they don't. It's literally a 100%. Everything that happens in the middle is completely player-driven. They don't determine... You know, they don't dictate the price of anything. They don't really dictate the supply of anything. All they do is they control how much raw gold is created, and they control how they remove that raw gold from the economy. Everything that happens in the middle is mostly player-driven. Now, they do control aspects where they do control is how things like what I mentioned, how many materials something takes to craft. So they do have to kind of look at stuff to make sure that there is an element of control. You know, if a potion needed 500 herbs to craft it, that potion would end up being so goddamn expensive that it basically would never be crafted, and it would probably never be sold. Or even if it would be so heavily complained about that they couldn't get away with it. They always try and make sure that, you know, some things have to be cheap, some things are allowed to be expensive. But the mistake they made with Shadowlands Legendaries was they were too content with making Shadowlands Legendaries expensive. Before Shadowlands launched, I made videos saying that your ring, you know, you're going to be spending, you could be spending like a token's worth of gold on a single ring. And people were like, no, you're stupid. They'll never let that happen. And hey presto, guess what happened? We had like 50, 60, 70,000 gold Shadowlands legendaries really quickly. I think I sold a rank 4 Shadowgast ring for 400,000 gold in the first patch of Shadowlands. Like, it was easy to, for somebody that tracked how quickly you could farm materials and then looked at the amount of materials that it took to make things, you could put 2 and 2 together and work out that these are going to be stupidly expensive items. And Blizzard just got that's the scenario where they got the numbers wrong. So they control that from a gameplay sense, but they're very, very, very hands-off with the rest of the economy. She's in bed. She's snoozing. Oh my god, I've just seen what time it is. This will probably be my last delve for the day. She could probably do with going for a walk. She's going to wake up and she's going to have a case of the Zooms. No puppy cam? No, she was there, look. She's in her bed. She's in her bed. She just kind of camouflaged. Price banding, on one end, there would be nothing crafted. Right, on the other end, somebody would buy out everything and sell it via cherry chat instead. Yeah, this is the thing, right? Like their hands-off approach is, in my opinion, the best way to do it. But it means they do have to do... They must clearly have a lot of data, and when they design, when they input, you know, when they plan for new materials and they plan where the nodes are going to go in a zone, and then they plan how long it takes for that node to respawn, for example. These are probable calculations they have to do when creating a zone, or creating materials, or creating new crafted items. Luckily, though, most of those calculations are probably just copy-pasted from, you know, they did the calculations once a million moons ago, and they basically just use the same ones. This is why everything usually takes like 5 to 10 materials to craft. Those 5 to 10 materials can usually be farmed up by a single character relatively quickly, you know, and hence why a potion usually ends up costing, you know, 100 or 200 gold. They've kind of dialed in the numbers over the years pretty accurately with all of this sort of stuff, but that's as much control over it as Blizzard really has. When I used the beans, the cam didn't work. It did. I didn't change it. Try. Okay. Thought it did. That's the reason I checked, because I saw that you changed it. Maybe it didn't. I don't know. Made like 2 million on sending the vendor materials on the auction house for the legendaries. That was hella risky doing though, because of the deposit fees on them. If they didn't sell, like the deposit fee was ludicrous because the vendor sell price was really high. That worked on some of the bigger servers. You had to be really careful doing that on the smaller servers. But with the token, they reached a market where they excluded before. That's their winning move. Too many goblins buying tokens would lead to the price getting higher. People buying token will get more for their buck. Wouldn't it be a loss for them? No. This is why they try and make sure that the inflation in the game is subtle. But also they're very, very careful about it not getting out of hand, right? Because they don't want market prices to change too quickly on stuff. For example, the token price right now is like 400k in the EU. 400,000 gold is what it costs somebody to get 13 euros or 30 days of game time. Now, as we know, making that 400,000 gold right now is no easy feat if you were just like straight farming it. But you've got plenty enough people that made huge amounts of it in historically or are sat on piles of it that it can still sustain at that price. And simultaneously, this is why the token drops in value often at the beginning of a season, and especially at the beginning of an expansion, because that's the period in time where there is the most reason for your average player to take their credit card out their pocket, spend 20 bucks, and get a bunch of gold. I think too many goblins buying the token would lead to the price getting higher. But then it has the opposite effect of that it's more attractive to people to take their credit card out. This is why it's sort of self-sustaining. And why it takes really big things happening to swing the token price too aggressively. It takes an expansion launch. It takes an entire expansion's worth of new shit for there to be enough people willing to take their credit cards out to push the value of the token down. And I think the reason has always been that the EU token being significantly more than the NA token, I've always believed, is because the overall market size in the EU is about twice that of the NA. And simultaneously, there are huge populations of players in Team EU where their IRL economies don't really convert nicely into, you know, a Blizzard monthly subscription. There are, in my opinion, way more people who try to play the game for free in the EU than there are in NA, which is kind of to your example that more people buying the tokens is pushing the price up. This is why the EU token, I believe, is always higher. Stepped away for a while and we moved from region-wide auction house resets to flipping tokens. Just general conversations about the economy. Even with the new expansion for the pre-order, the token hasn't moved much. Yeah, I'm convinced this is like the softest announcement of an expansion that Blizzard's ever had. I don't think they'll look at the numbers and be overly impressed, if I'm honest. And I think this has a lot to do with the fact that they were guests at Gamescom. You know, they weren't announcing an expansion at their own custom BlizzCon, event. I don't think that the rollout of information, I don't think the coverage of it was anywhere near as good as what we are sort of used to by having it announced at a BlizzCon. And I think that shows in the amount of free marketing that they've had from creators in terms of I think it shows in terms of the fact that the amount of pre-orders they've had is probably very minimal. and hence the token. You know, you can see that something like an announcement of a new expansion, you would expect to drive the value of the token pretty aggressively, as everybody would open up their characters and turn all of their gold into tokens to pre-order the new expansion if possible. But that just hasn't happened this time. I also think it probably doesn't help that the announcement of this expansion has come with no real surprises. This is the downside of us knowing what the expansion is going to be, knowing what like the main headline features of an expansion are going to be. They didn't even give us. There wasn't much meat on the bone in my opinion, with this announcement of the expansion. I mean, what really did we get told that we didn't kind of know or couldn't have kind of guessed was coming anyway? We're going up 10 levels, great. There's a new raid, great. There's a new delves, dungeons, great. There's a new demon hunter spec. Well, we kind of suspected that for a little while anyway, but it's not a huge thing in the grand scheme of things. We knew housing was coming. We're very aware of housing. They've basically said, yes, we're officially announcing the thing that you already knew. Would you like to give us $90, please? And it's no surprise most people have said, nah, not yet. Nah, not yet. I think we'll wait till we've seen something, thanks. You know, if they'd given us like a date, if they'd given us a date for player housing even, we're still guesstimating on the date for player housing. If they'd even given us a date for remit, you know, if they'd given us an actual something tangible, solid, you know, a commitment to something, then maybe they'd have driven pre-orders a little bit more. But I also don't think they care, because they are going to absolutely milk the shit out of housing. They are going to milk housing like you would not believe. They're going to launch housing in December. They're going to use player housing as a way to drive pre-orders, because if you don't pre-order, you don't get access to your house. You'll still be able to go out and collect your decorations, though. You'll still get, you know, the decor collection catalog or whatever will still go live for everybody, but you will not be able to go and claim your house and build your house unless you've pre-ordered housing. So they're going to milk the absolute shit out of that over Christmas to try and get as many Q4 sales of pre-orders. But them not giving us a date or anything like that has not really given anybody a strong reason to take their credit card out, honestly. The expansion cinematic was lame as hell. Real mixed emotions on that out there, I've seen. Some people are like, yeah, cool, best cinematic ever. And I kind of look back to the Anduin one that was really well made. And I mean, I don't care in that much detail, really. A cinematic's a cinematic. But I still think that the one we had for The War Within was, like, much better. But Midnight might be the first time I've looked at WoW expansion and asked myself, do I actually want to play that? Well, like I said, they have, like, none of it was a surprise, which then makes it significantly more difficult to drive hype around something. This is why, historically, we didn't even know the name of the expansion until they announced it. I come from Elder Scrolls Online. I know how much housing can be milked. Hides her collections of hundreds of dollars worth of homes. We're going to get milked like dairy cows, I'm telling you. Do we know how long the pre-order will be available for? Oh, up until the day of release. They're not going to take the pre-order away. You can now give them money for something that they will release in the future. I've not pre-ordered it yet. I've not pre-ordered it yet. I wanna see the alpha. I wanna see the beta. I wanna see how it all. I mean, I'm 100% sure I'm absolutely going to get it. But the point is I have no reason to give them my money now. They can have my money when they've shown me actually something, or have presented something concrete. But boys and girls, I'm going to leave it there. The puppy is going to wake up soon. She's snoozing right now. But she's soon to wake up and go Zoom mode, so I need to prepare to sort that. Thank you for joining today. We shall be back tomorrow. We might poke around a little bit more on Remix tomorrow, actually. I think Remix... in fact, let me just double check this now. Is the PTR still up for Remix? I can't remember how long it was going to be around for. I kind of need to get some up-to-date footage for Remix. Is it still up and running? Um, 3 days apparently left on the Remix PTR as it stands currently. Might have a poke around on that tomorrow then for a little bit. Finish off some last stuff before reset maybe. Not too sure. That's an option at least. That's an option. But thanks for stopping by today. I appreciate it. Good chats all around. Appreciate those. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day. And I will hopefully see you next time. Come say hi on the Discord if you're not there already. I'll catch you in a bit. Peace.